and early detection in rural areas. Additionally, the Ministry of Health, in collaboration with the NHIA, Ghana Health Service, and other stakeholders, has worked tirelessly to establish oncology centers, provide diagnostic equipment, and train specialists to improve access to quality care. Mr. Speaker, despite this effort, challenges persist. Many rural communities still lack access to diagnostic and treatment services, and the cost of advanced care remain a barrier for many families. We must therefore, 1, increase investment in health infrastructure, 2, strengthening public education on diseases prevention, and expand public-private partnership to address these gaps. Mr. Speaker, on this World Cancer Day, I call on this House to support ongoing and future initiatives aimed at tackling critical health challenges like cancer and kidney disease. Let us also commit to completing transformational projects like Agenda 111, which will establish a strong foundation for accessible and equitable health care for generations to come. Together, we can make a significant stride in improving the health and well-being of all Ghanaians. I thank you once again, Mr. Speaker, for this great opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, before I will invite members to comment on the statement, is the chairman of appointment committee around? Majority Leader, I wish you could lead the report before we invite members to the report. I'm saying if you could lead it before we invite members to comment, so that after the comment, then we come and take the report itself. Okay. Yes, Leader. I First Deputy Speaker, if you may lead the report.
Right, Honorable Speaker, we can lay the 10th report.
10th report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as Ministers of State.
Honourable members, the report has been duly laid. They are to be distributed to honourable members. So now I'll invite members. Yes, Okankwe North.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to comment on the statements made by my colleague. I'd like to commend the maker of the statement and also thank her for taking the time to research and elaborate on the awareness of cervical cancer and also breast cancer. This year's theme, Right Honourable Speaker, empowering prevention and early detection, is very key. Not too long ago, I chaired the program at Achimota Hospital when a survivor of cervical cancer shared her ordeal. And I think that it is important for every woman to always go for screening. It is not okay to just go for our normal checkup and then leave the important aspects out, such as cervical cancer and then breast cancer. A lot of people today are dying because they cannot afford the medication. The survivor who shared her story said she sold her house to be able to be alive to tell her story. And today, how many of our Ghanaian women out there can afford such expensive treatment? We urge our health directorates, our hospitals, and I urge our Honorable Health Minister to put in a lot to ensure that cases like cervical cancer and also breast cancer are taken seriously, because it is deadly and women are vulnerable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Yes. Honorable Frank Yeboah.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Frank Yeboah, Achuma Mwabejanov. I want to add my voice to the statement ably made my colleague, the Honorable Member for Nsuta Kwama Biposo. We all agree that cancer is one of the killer diseases in the country and in the world at large. Mr. Speaker, on the 23rd of December 2024, World Health Organization released a report that sought to suggest that about 75% of deaths globally are accounted for by non-communicable disease, of which cancer is one of them. So if we look at it, it means that cancer is one of the killer diseases. But if we come to Ghana, National Health Insurance covers cervical cancer as well as breast cancer. Now, NHIA also covers 4 main childhood cancers. But the unfortunate aspect is that it doesn't cover prostate cancer, which is killing most men. Most men are suffering from prostate cancer, but unfortunately, we don't have any means of, there's no health care for that. I urge the House, therefore, Mr. Speaker, to call to be included in the NHIS benefit package prostate cancer treatment so that the men will not die. The workforce of the economy or the country will not die. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me give the floor to colleague Crotty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement made by our colleague. Mr. Speaker, it is true that cervical cancer is one of the most common in Ghana amongst women, and only 3.6% of women in Ghana aged 18 to 69 have ever been screened, and 4.3% of women 30 to 49, which is the highest risk group, have ever been screened for cervical cancer. And as a result of that, normally this cancer presents quite late and does not have a good prognosis at that point. Mr. Speaker, I believe that in addition to the contributions made by other members, is just simply to add certain things that women ought to look out for, just as a means of providing extra information, because this serves as a platform. One of the things that serves as a red flag as a woman is when there's abnormal bleeding in between menstrual cycle, in between the periods, and then also when there is bleeding after sexual intercourse. These are two things that women should be aware of and should be concerned about when they do occur. And with regards to breast cancer, women should get to know their breasts very well, and their husbands or partners should do same. it's usually advisable. The best time to actually check the breast is in the shower when there's soap and water, and it makes it easier for the hands to glide over the breasts so that one can feel if there are any lumps or bumps in the breast. And it would be also very important to add that when you do check the breast, you must also check your armpits, because the lymph nodes in the armpits are usually the ones where you have drainage from the breast as well. Other important things to look out for in terms of abnormal changes in the breast are when the nipples are inverted. So if the nipples aren't sticking out as usual and they start to point the wrong way, that's another thing to look out for. Minority Leader, please pay attention. This is important. In addition, one of the other things to look out is what's called the peau d'orange, where the skin appears like an orange peel. That also shows that there might be edema. Yes, an orange peel. I think we're all familiar with the way an orange peel looks. Yes. These are just a few pointers that we should look out for, simply to raise our awareness to what is not normal. And if you are not breastfeeding, having any discharge from the nipple is also abnormal. So these are things to look out for. So for the male MPs, please pay attention when you're with your wives and significant others. And the women, please get to know your bodies so that when something changes, you are actually the first person to know. When you go and see your doctors, please make it a point to bring your doctor's attention to all of these. And once a year, when you see your doctor, do ask for a cervical screen, or as well, just have your breast checked. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me go to Offensive North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask my voice to the statement.
Please, members, speak up a bit.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, cancer has been with us since creation, and it keeps increasing, largely because of our lifestyle and the food that we eat. Mr. Speaker, Abuja Declaration requires that each nation allocates at least 15% of its national budget towards health. And we all know the cost of managing or treating cancer is very high. Many a times, the medication that we get to use tend to cause more harm than good. So we as a nation may have to look at some issues and tackle them very well. First is to look at the public awareness and the health surveillance system that we have in this country. We are all talking about screening, and we are talking about how we can recognize breast cancer early enough. But we all know many women that tend to get breast cancer do get earlier diseases that normally will lead to breast cancer. That means that expanding screening systems in our country, or all the other systems or the parameters that do cause cancer, is very critical. Then, Mr. Speaker, it's very important that we can establish at least regional centers for treating cancer. We know that we have only one quaternary health treatment center in the country, and it would be good that if we can add 1 or 2 more quaternary centers so that we can expand our screening or treatment centers in the country. Mr. Speaker, budget has always been an issue. As such, we don't have enough infrastructure to support cancer treatment, management, and prevention. In the first place, one would want to prevent cancer so that we don't have to spend so much money to treat it. But in case it does happen, which we know that the number of people that are going to be infected, are going to have cancer, is going to increase anyway. So it's good that we as a nation can increase our budgetary allocation towards cancer management and treatment. And also, I believe we have local medications or natural system that we can also use to manage or to help prevent it. It's very important that we as a country can invest so much in research, not only few centers within the country, but if we can have one regional research center that can help us support identifying and also identifying treatment systems that can be used locally so that we can bring the cost of management cancer down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me give Honorable Member for Crow.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by my able colleague. I also want to thank her for bringing this to the fore. In addition to the many things that have been mentioned here, I would urge us all to pay critical attention to the general health and well-being of women in our various constituencies. Treating cancer is very expensive, and as we as legislators go about our duties, I think it is very important that we pay close attention to some of these issues, especially treatment of cancer and the rest. It is important that it is not just policy issues, but we also allocate resources to ensure that we more or less go for public sensitization and education so that prevention will be a focus and not just waiting for it to be cured. The sensitization is critical because in our various constituencies, Mr. Speaker, we have people who hold the belief that some of these things are religiously or spiritually orchestrated. And for that matter, instead of seeking medical attention, they have to go to, the camps and all that to be treated. Most often, by the time victims or people realize, it is late. And so curing the cancers become extra expensive and most often fatal. And so I will urge colleagues in this House, Mr. Speaker, to also allocate part of our funds, our health fund, to ensure that we sensitize our constituents, not just that, do periodic checkups and also examination through the free medical care, so that a lot of people will be sensitized, will be aware of the dangers of these cancers and also seek early prevention. Right, Honorable Speaker, on this note, I want to say a thank you to my colleague once again and to you for allowing me to add on to what has been said. Thank you very much.
Yes, I'll give the last one to Dr. Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, cancer is a worldwide problem, and the statistics is very, very staggering. About 19.3 million new cases have been reported or was reported in 2020, and 10 million cancer-related deaths were reported in that year. And experts are saying that by 2050, we should have cases up to 35 million. Mr. Speaker, in Ghana, it is also about the same thing. It mirrors the world statistics. And we have 27,385 new cases each year, averagely, and 17,944 deaths annually. Mr. Speaker, the issue with cancer in this country, in my 32 years of medical practice, is that people report very, very late. They always go to some other sources. They attribute it to the fact that it is either witchcraft or some other juju, and they report very, very late. And because of that, you don't sometimes even need any equipment to diagnose it. You immediately know that this is cancer. Like the breast cancer they are talking about, the cervical cancer they are talking about. You definitely, without even any instruments, just know that this is the cancer. And as I'm talking now, in my constituency, there are a lot of cases. Sometimes I found it very, very difficult to take a decision whether I can use my NHIF fund or the National Health Insurance Fund to treat only one patient. Mr. Speaker, we need to take certain bold steps. And one of them is that anybody who is well employed should, on a yearly basis, undergo medical checkup. It is very, very important because that is the only way that we can catch the cancer, should I say young, or we will catch the cancer early. If we do not do that, the cost of treatment, as we know, on the average, is $5,500 per case. I'm only speaking of the average. And that's about 88,000 Ghana cedis. How many Ghanaians can afford 88,000 Ghana cedis medical bill? We are doing our best. 4 childhood cancers have been kept on the National Health Insurance Scheme. But if we want to put all this treatment on the National Health Insurance Scheme, probably we will not be able to contain the situation. And so we have the Mahama Care, which is supposed to handle the non-communicable disease, of which cancer is one of them. So I hope that my Minister of Health, my good friend, Honorable Akando, will take this up and ensure that the Mahama Care, which is going to be a special fund that we use for non-communicable disease, is established as quickly as possible to assist this kind of patients. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Let me thank the maker and all the contributors. We'll bring statement time to a close. I will therefore invite you to come with me to page 3. Page 3 in today's other paper. Page 3. Who is reading? Who is reading?
Speaker, we have a statement, a commemorative. Speaker, there is a commemorative statement that stands in the name of the Honorable Kingsley Ajiman. Speaker, it stands in the name of Kingsley Ajiman. And because it's commemorative, Speaker, I want to make an application to you for you to accept it. And
Honourable
allow the
members,
honourable member to
honourable
present
members,
the statement.
this is commemorating, so yes.
Mr. Speaker, we have government business to do. So let's finish with the approval of the nominees. Then we can do the statement because we have about 2 or 3 statements. We will do them after government business, Mr. Speaker, because we are ready to take the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to put across this important message, and it goes to my respected availability. We are fine-tuning the report. We will do the government business. We are not opposed. We would help you to do it. Let's finish this commemorative statement. The reports are not ready. No, it's not ready. I would always tell you the truth. I would always tell you the truth. The reports are not ready yet. I will always tell you the truth. So, Mr. Speaker, let's do the commemorative. By the time we get done,
Check the orders.
the report will be in. So, Mr. Speaker, please admit.
Well, please, let's accommodate it. Let's accommodate it, yes. So, Honourable Dr. Kingsley Agyemang, the floor is yours. You may read the statement now.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. It is a profound privilege to stand before this esteemed House today to commemorate the 60th anniversary of the untimely passing of one of Ghana's foremost visionaries, Dr. Joseph Kwame Chichiri Boakye Danquah, affectionately called J.B. Danquah. As we gather to reflect on his life and legacy, we honor a man whose contributions as we gather together to reflect on his life and legacy.
Honourable members, please, let's give him the audience, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As we gather to reflect on his life and legacy, we honor a man whose contributions have left an indelible mark on the foundations of our nation's political, intellectual, and cultural heritage. My predecessor, Honourable Samuel Atachia, has over the past 16 years marked this auspicious day with glowing tributes, a tradition I intend to continue in honor of the man who once held a seat in this August House as Member of Parliament for Achime-Boakwa. His return home in 1927, J.B. Danquah plunged headlong into public life, embodying a spirit of relentless dedication to his country. In 1930, he established what is believed to be Ghana's first daily newspaper, The Times of West Africa, which he used as a platform to champion political reform and intellectual discourse until 1935. That same year, he co-founded the Gold Coast Youth Conference, serving as a strong advocate for constitutional reform. In 1934, as secretary of a delegation to the Colonial Office, he made bold representations against the Sedition Bill and advocated for enhanced constitution for the Gold Coast. Between 1930 and 1936, J.B. Danquah conducted extensive research on the history and tradition of the Gold Coast people. It was during this period that he traced the connection between the ancient Sudanese Empire of Ghana and the Gold Coast, providing the historical basis for which the country's adoption of the name Ghana upon achieving independence on 6 March 1957. Mr. Speaker, tragically on 4 February 1965, Dr. Danquah passed away under harrowing circumstances at the Nsawan Medium Security Prison. His death remains a poignant reminder of the sacrifices made by those who sought freedom, justice, and national dignity. His political philosophy called for a higher standard of political maturity, in which the opposition is seen not as the enemy, but as a vital contributor to the national discourse. This principle of constructive engagement remains particularly pertinent as we strive to elevate political dialogue to one of respect, reason, collaboration, and mutual understanding. Reflecting on Danquah's teachings, we find rich lessons for today's politics and governance, especially in the wake of the 2024 elections. The early and gracious concession made by Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, former Vice President of the Republic, following the defeat of the New Patriotic Party, and the subsequent acknowledgement of this sportsmanship by President John Mahama in his inaugural speech, offer a powerful example for the democratic maturity Dr. Danquah championed. This remarkable act of statesmanship is a reminder that true leadership is not measured by victory alone, but by the ability to place the nation above personal or partisan interest. It challenges political leaders across the spectrum to rise above the divisiveness and view each other not as adversaries, but as indispensable partners in the shared mission of building a stronger, more united Ghana. Honorable Speaker, the pantheon of Ghana's founding fathers, Dr. Danquah holds an indispensable and revered place. His intellectual brilliance and political foresight were pivotal in the shaping of modern Ghana. As a founding member of the United Gold Coast Convention and a principal architect of our independence movement, his contributions to the political and philosophical foundation of the nation remain fundamental to the Ghana we know today. His life and work serve as an urgent call to the youth of this country to embrace his spirit of selfless service, rising to the challenge of building a stronger, united, and prosperous Ghana for generations to come. Dr. Danquah's influence extended far beyond his activism for independence. His intellectual output, particularly his writings on governance, political economy, and social progress, has had a lasting impact on the political thought of successive generations. Honorable Speaker, as we delve deeper into Dr. Danquah's unparalleled legacy, three of his foremost profound statements come to mind, each a window into his worldview, his philosophy, and his steadfast devotion to the ideals of freedom, humanity, and collective progress. In the foreword to his seminal work, The Account Doctrine of God, Dr. Danquah posed a touching rhetorical question, and I quote, "Again, who is my neighbor? He whose goodness makes me good, and who, rather than place me a little lower than man, will accord me the beneficence of a good Samaritan," unquote. Amen. This statement encapsulates his deep understanding of the interconnectedness of humanity. To him, the measure of a just society was its ability to inspire goodness in individuals, creating a ripple effect of mutual respect and moral elevation. It was not enough to merely coexist. Our collective actions as neighbors must uplift one another in profound and meaningful ways. He further illuminated these ideals in another compelling assertion, and I quote, "It is much better to sacrifice the lust of egoistic hedonism as an end and work for the social good, for it is the highest good, the summum bonum, the richest end for each man and all men," unquote. This was more than a call for selflessness. It was a philosophical challenge to place the common good above individual gratification. In Dr. Danquah's view, true fulfillment could only be found in service to society, a timeless principle that resonates today as a moral compass for leadership and governance. Finally, we reflect on the historic moment at Sopon in 1947, where the United Gold Coast Convention was inaugurated. Before the Assembly of Chiefs, lawyers, clergymen, tradesmen, and thousands of citizens, Dr. Danquah spoke words that not only moved the crowd to tears, but also etched his vision into the annals of history. And I quote, "But there's one thing we brought with us from ancient Ghana. We brought with us our ancient freedom. Today, the safety of that freedom is threatened, has been threatened, and has been continuously threatened for 100 years since the bond of 1844, and the time for a decision has come, unquote. Even at a time when the land was known as Gold Coast, Dr. Danquah's foresight transcended the immediate struggles of his era. He invoked the name Ghana, linking the aspirations of independence to the enduring legacy of ancient freedom, a legacy that symbolized dignity, resilience, and self-determination. These quotes demonstrate that Dr. Danquah was not merely a thinker beyond his time. He was a global visionary whose words continue to challenge us to aspire to greatness, to build a nation rooted in justice, and to embrace the highest ideals of humanity. His ability to draw from history, philosophy, and human compassion sets him apart as a towering figure in the pantheon of our national heroes. Mr. Speaker, in closing, despite the constraint of time, it is impossible to overlook the powerful tributes and reflections on the life of Dr. Danquah. While we could list the countless individuals who have spoken of his profound legacy, I am compelled to highlight just a few who have eloquently captured the essence of his contribution to our nation. Professor Michael Quay, referencing the Hansard of the Legislative Assembly from the early 1950s, reminded us of Dr. Danquah's visionary leadership in pushing for the creation of a national committee to supervise Ghana's energy future. Dr. Danquah's foresight in pushing for what would eventually become the Volta River Authority was a proof of his commitment to ensuring the country's development, even as Ghana now grapples with the power crisis he had sought to prevent. President John Agyekum Kufuor stressed the need for all Ghanaians, not only those in the new Patriotic Party, to honor Dr. Danquah for his foundational role in shaping the country we all call home. As President Kufuor himself put it, and I quote, "Dr. Danquah belongs to Ghana. He irrefutably played a titanic role in the making of our nation that we are all part of today," unquote. These are but a few of the countless voices that have echoed Dr. Danquah's legacy. His indelible mark on our nation's history, politics, and intellectual life continues to inspire us as we honor his memory today. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Dr. Danquah's legacy transcended the boundaries of time and political affiliation. He remains an enduring symbol of intellectual brilliance, political maturity, and firm perseverance to the ideals of justice, freedom, and unity. His life, marked by sacrifice, foresight, and bottomless commitment to the welfare of this nation, continues to illuminate the path towards a Ghana that is not only free, but one that is founded upon the principles of democracy, respect for the rule of law, and the common good. As we honor his memory today, let us renew our collective pledge to uphold the values for which he stood, values that are relevant today as they were in his time. Mr. Speaker, I extend my deepest gratitude to you and to this esteemed House for granting me the privilege to reflect on the life and contributions of such a distinguished son of God, son of Ghana. I thank you for the space given me today. Thank you.
Honourable members, I'll take two comments. Yes, Honourable Member for Damango.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement so ably presented, Mr. Speaker, by the Honourable Member for Abuakwa South constituency, Mr. Speaker, on the occasion of the 60th anniversary of the passing of Dr. Joseph Kwame Chuchu Boachi Danquah. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Danquah indeed is an icon. And Mr. Speaker, what is happening here in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, this parliament, and what transpires here in this parliament is exactly what Dr. Danquah stood for, what Dr. Danquah fought for, and what Dr. Danquah died for. Mr. Speaker, at the birth of our country, there was two clear schools of thought, two distinguishable schools of thought. And Mr. Speaker, I will refer this House to the statements, the profound prophetic statements made by Dr. Joseph Boachi Danquah on 4th August 1947 at Solpon, where Dr. Danquah, Mr. Speaker, made the point that Ghana should be governed on the basis of multi-party democracy, a democracy which is anchored on the rule of law, a democracy which will have a parliament such as ours, a democracy which will have different shades of opinions as we have today. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Danquah saw that as far back as 1947. And we are never to forget, Mr. Speaker, we are never to forget that there were very important voices at the time who disagreed with Dr. Danquah. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, at some stage in the evolution of our nationhood, particularly at the infant stages of our nationhood, Mr. Speaker, there was no parliament like this. Yes, there was a parliament, but there was a parliament occupied by only one shade of opinion. Today's Ghana, Mr. Speaker, today's Ghana, the ingredients of today's Ghana, the characteristics of today's Ghana was the Ghana Dr. Danquah prophetically advocated for even before our independence. And Mr. Speaker, it doesn't matter where you belong on the political divide, you cannot contest the fact that Dr. Danquah stood for the major pillars of our democratic state as we have it today: rule of law, freedom of speech, multi-party democracy, equality before the law, property-owning democracy. Mr. Speaker, that is the bedrock of today's democracy. That is the bedrock of Ghana's economy today. Property-owning democracy. The farmer in my constituency who farms and harvests and is free to sell, is free to own property as he or she wishes, and spends his or her the fruits of his or her labor as he or she pleases. Mr. Speaker, that is what Dr. Danquah stood for. And as Mr. Speaker,
so in conclusion,
as it's been established today, even our friends from the other side, our very good friends from the other side, and I mean the majority side, the NDC side, the Social Democrats, the Socialists, today are now owners of mansions and properties. That is property-owning democracy. Mr. Speaker, that is what Dr. Danquah stood for. Mr. Speaker, that is what Dr. Danquah stood for. Today, Mr. Speaker, our friends from the other side are defending their properties. Those that belong to their wives, their cousins, their friends, their wives, properties in cantonments, properties in Labone, properties in Airport Hills, properties all over the place. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying that what Dr. Danquah what Dr. Danquah did not subscribe to do, is that we should have fairness. We should have fairness even whilst we are building a liberal economy. And Dr. Danquah believed that even in a free liberal market economy, there are those who are underprivileged. And that is where the state comes in. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the maker of this statement that Dr. Danquah continues to be a colossus in Ghanaian political history and is indeed the doyen of Ghana politics. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
You just came in and you want to contribute. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this statement briefly. Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to appreciate our historical antecedent as a state. And when we are making statements of this sort, we ought to be factual. We ought to, because the standing orders are very clear. You must not make a statement that generates to debate. Mr. Speaker, you must not make a statement that should generate debate.
Mr. Contributor.
So when you make a statement
Mr. Contributor.
attributing... Oh. Mr. Speaker, I'm a member of Parliament.
Honourable members. Honourable members, I am not going to say anything. He is going to speak, only to warn him that he is a nominee today. You are going to consider your application. So let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, with all sincerity, I think it's a threat. I am a member of Parliament first and foremost. I am a member of the legislative arm. I have absolute responsibility and right like any other person before I become a ministerial nominee.
Mr. Speaker, take your seat. I'll come to you.
My statement is just simple. Yes, it is good to eulogize J.B. Danquah. It is good to espouse some of the good things he did. And I won't stand here and say he never did anything good. But it's important to appreciate the fact that he betrayed his state. In fact, Martin Maridev book, Mr. Speaker.
He was a traitor. He was a traitor. Sit down.
He was a CIA.
Sit down.
Before I walk into this chamber.
Which state? Which state? Honourable members, please don't do that.
Look, Mr. Speaker, if you do this,
Mr. Speaker,
orderly, let him speak.
Martin, these are not my...
Honourable members, don't put on your microphone when somebody is speaking, please. Honourable Motala, please conclude. No, Minister, Minister, no. Please, we have a lot of work to do. Minister, no.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I know you, Mr. Speaker, I know you to be a very fair. Mr. Speaker, when my very good friend, Honorable Jabu, was speaking, he said many things that people here disagreed. I got up, Mr. Speaker, you never gave me the opportunity.
Yes.
Nobody here put on the line, Mr. Speaker, it is on and becoming for our colleagues who are in the minority to think that though they are in a small number, they can disrupt things anywhere they like. It is becoming an attitude, Mr. Speaker, and we are taking notice. I urge them, you are going to listen to him, and we listen to you.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this attitude that we are not many.
Honourable Minister.
Anything, we are taking notice. We are
Honorable Minister, well noted.
In the building of a Kosombo Dam, don't attribute something to him. And Mr. Speaker, he also said that J.B. Danquah died a horrible death. And Abuja, as a matter of fact, the NLC constituted a committee to investigate the circumstance under which J.B. Danquah died.
Honorable Member, conclude.
He died in natural death.
Honorable Member, conclude.
Speaker.
Honorable Member,
to die. Member of Parliament.
Honorable Member,
who put
Honorable Member,
the motion in it. Put it what?
Honorable Member,
motion. Put it down. He's
Honorable Member.
Put it down, madness. Put it down, madness.
What is it? Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members. Honorable members, take your seat. Honorable members, take your seat. Honorable members, take your seat.
Madras, children of Madras, children of Madras, Madras.
Honorable members, take your seat. No, I'm not taking anymore.
Madras, Madras,
I'm not taking anymore. No. Take your seat. Honorable Montala. No. Honorable members, I'm not continuing with the comment.
It's annoying, but we have government.
Honorable members.
Let's take our report.
Honorable members. Honorable Motala. Honorable Motala. If you didn't listen to me, I'll walk you out, please. So listen to me, please. No. I'm not taking any more contributions on this topic.
Soviet spies. Soviet and Russian spies. Soviet and Russian spies. Madras children. Madras children.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let me now come to leadership. I'm coming to leadership. Yes, 2-2. I've taken one here. Leadership will make up the 2-2. Yes, minority leader, you can decide to yield it to anybody. That is, but minority leader. Leader, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, under normal circumstances, a commemorative statement is not to generate debate. I would want to remind the House that These are national heroes. Some are on our side, some are on their side. So let us be mindful how we react when it's our turn. Obviously, there will come a time that a statement will be made in honor of the hard work of former President Nkrumah, Liman, Jerry Rawlings, Professor Mills, and all. Let us, Mr. Speaker, let us focus on their contribution.
Doctor of Medra, sit down. Doctor of Medra, sit down.
It's me.
That's evidence on Sunday Papa Kunipa.
Mr. Speaker,
honorable members. Honorable members, please let's give him hearing. I'm not taking any point of order. So, leader, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, obviously, in such commemorative statements, our focus should be on the contributions made by these national heroes, rather than using it as an opportunity to debate. I recall that in the 8th Parliament, I remember that there was such an occasion, and I was directed. I don't have a problem admitting where I'm wrong. I can't be perfect. I remember that my respected colleague, Dr. Zenator Ajiman Rawlings, Dr. Zenator Zaneto, very well. It's good to be corrected. That's okay. Dr. Zaneto Ajiman Rawlings. I got it right this time. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues are telling me to say that she's been ignored by the Mahama administration, but I won't say that. But I'm not going to say that. Mr. Speaker, on that occasion, I was reminded by the chair that days like that is not, are not meant for looking at criticisms and all. So let's focus on the person's contribution to national development. So I just want to remind colleagues as such on this. If we want to waste time on adverse publications by people, none of us would have our peace in this room. As I sit here, I'm sure many people are writing all manner of articles. But there are good sides of me and there are good sides of colleagues that would have to be discussed. And I believe that is what the honorable member said. Mr. Speaker, Dr. J.B. Danquah, the records have it that he was more than a politician. He was a legal luminary, a historian, a philosopher, and one of Ghana's foremost nationalists. Mr. Speaker, it has to be emphasized his lead role he played in the formation of the UGCC, which is the first political party we know. His advocacy and intellectual rigor helped shape the political consciousness that led to Ghana's independence. Nothing can be taken away from him. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable leader, hold on. Who said that chair? Leader, the person is afraid, so go on.
Mr. Speaker, I know who said it. That is Honorable Asedun Katia's son. Yes. He said it. Mr. Speaker, Dr. J.B. Danquah had an enduring contribution, which contribution was founded on the research he made into the history of our country. He is credited with proposing the name Ghana for our nation, linking us to the proud heritage of the ancient Ghana Empire. He believed in an independent Ghana built on democratic principles, personal freedoms, and the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, at the risk of being repetitive, these have been emphasized by the earlier speakers, including my respected colleague, Honorable Abu Jinapo. These values that he espoused, Mr. Speaker, continue to shape our governance till today. Let me quote a profound statement which resonates with many students of politics. Quote, "True democracy demands of men that they dare to be wise. Liberty does not mean lawlessness. It means the observance of laws that uphold freedom. Freedom is not a gift to be handed down, but a right to be fought for." Mr. Speaker, indeed, freedom is a right, far right. And we know what Martin Luther King stood for. And those values he stood for and its contribution to the black liberation and redemption and that opportunity for all that his values created for America. Mr. Speaker, this great man's belief in democracy and freedom was so profound that he challenged the Ghana's first post-independent president in the 1960 by contesting Dr. Nkrumah. Mr. Speaker, just for emphasis, it was JB and his colleagues who actually contributed to bring Nkrumah to Ghana to be the secretary to the UGCC. Although he was unsuccessful in that election, his courage alone introduced the need for our country to have a multi-party democracy. We cannot have a one-man state, a one-party state. When someone has an idea for a country's governance, it doesn't take a day for same to come into fruition. With those values that he espoused, Mr. Speaker, it took time. He himself did not live to celebrate these, to see. But over time, after the first coup, we went into a second republic, another coup went to a third republic, another coup for over 11 years, and then we gave birth to the fourth republic. And it is instructive that those who were involved in the PNDC regime were the very people who gave birth to the fourth republic. Meaning that forces of democracy worked around the clock to ensure that they appreciated the need to have democracy and they submitted themselves to multi-party democracy. All these took foundation from the writings of Dr. J.B. Danquah. Mr. Speaker, beyond politics, he was a prolific scholar whose research into our cultural heritage gave prominence to the name Ghana, as I've already said. However, unfortunately, in spite of all the sacrifices he made, political disagreement eventually led to his incarceration. And as a young politician, when a time came for me to construct a runabout in Efutu, I read a bit of the history, and I even discovered that for many years, J.B. Danquah was the Efutu State's lawyer. He was a lawyer for the Efutu State. And also, I discovered that Omahini of Efutu, my great-grand uncle, Nenyi Gati, had actually contributed to the independence of the country through his support to Kwame Nkrumah. Mr. Speaker, all those misunderstandings, the Kwame Nkrumah, J.B. Danquah political rifts, led to the Efutu lands becoming vested lands. Because after the 1950 Supreme Court of Gold Coast ruling, J.B. Danquah remained the lawyer for Efutu, even when Nkrumah set up a commission of inquiry to look into the matter even after the Supreme Court ruling. J.B. Danquah insisted being the lawyer for the Efutu state. And when the final findings gave the lands to Efutu, Nkrumah then said to avoid conflict, through the then Attorney General, Justice Oforiatta, there was that enactment to say that the chiefs can sell their land, but with the consent of the state. Mr. Speaker, I am saying that looking at this history, by the grace of God, I was able to set up this reconciliation runabout. If you go to Winneba, you will see two gentlemen shaking hands. One, it's J.B. Danquah and Kwame Nkrumah. The import of this was to say no more to political intolerance. Because these were two friends, these were two national heroes, but because of political differences, one had to die a painful death in Nsawam prisons. So, symbolically, Efutu took up. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the noise is coming from those who are still waiting for their appointment. Those who have been nominated are gently listening. And those behind who are yet to be considered are making noise. They don't want to learn. And they are backbenchers and newcomers. They are supposed to learn. This is history. Mr. Speaker, we have mounted these statutes, JB and Nkrumah, to symbolize true reconciliation, that no matter the disagreement with your political opponent, don't wish death for him. And that is a true symbol of multi-party democracy. And what we did this morning, after our heated exchanges of Thursday and Friday, is what democracy represents. Find peace around the table. Don't go to the extreme. Let us manage our democracy. So, Mr. Speaker, J.B. Danquah has bequeathed to this nation true values that we shall forever cherish. Let us continue as a people to honor his memory through our conduct. Even if we have different political ideologies, we should remember him for the great works he did for our nation. This man preached press freedom and personal liberties. He set up newspapers. He was writing. He exposed the country to all these values that today we are celebrating and we are taking for granted. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Atachia was the one who was doing this annual ritual. I am happy that Dr. Kingsley Agyemang has taken over. It's time for him to also make his name in this hallowed chamber. I wish Doc many accomplishments in this chamber. He has demonstrated his determination to take up a key role in this House, and I wish him well, even in this great enterprise of democracy. Mr. Speaker, without more, I shall yield. I can see the respected majority leader is more than anxious to have his bite, however superfluous it may be. Mr. Speaker, this is a very respected senior colleague. He's made his name at ECOWAS Parliament, and he's gone through the rudiments of politics to assume this black chair. I would always accord him that respect. That is why I said, however superfluous it may be, he must have a bite, because we are celebrating a national hero. Mr. Speaker, I yield the space to him without more. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
But, Leader, I think you also be very brief. He understands why I'm saying that, so don't.
Mr. Speaker, I think the first time I encountered J.B. Danquah was as a student of history at the O level, the ordinary level. And I also read history at the advanced level. And I read history first year at the University of Ghana. And throughout my readings of the history of Ghana, I encountered J.B. Danquah as one of the foremost in the struggle for the independence of Ghana. We all recall that in the beginning, it was the UGCC that started the struggle as a political party for the independence of Ghana. And J.B. Danquah, who was one of the founding fathers, led the struggle for independence. So, Speaker, I also read that along the line, they were joined by Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, who then, I believe, was an official initially of the UGCC. As a result of some disagreements between the two of them as to the direction of the struggle, J.B. Danquah and others opposed the style and the approach of Kwame Nkrumah, which led to Kwame Nkrumah parting company with J.B. Danquah and his team and formed his own party, the Convention People's Party. And he had a more radical approach to the struggle for independence. And from the moment when he parted company and formed his Convention People's Party, the leaders of the UGCC became opposed to Kwame Nkrumah, opposed to his methods, and ultimately were opposed to the timing of independence. They were not opposed to independence per se, but they were opposed to the timing of independence. And since time is everything, many have read into it that they were opposed to independence. And that has been a matter of contention, and I think it is one of the issues that is causing some disagreement in this chamber. So, Speaker, when I got to the university, first year university, and read law, again I encountered J.B. Danquah, because one of the famous constitutional law cases that you must read as a first year university law student is the famous Ray Akoto. In my reading of the decision in Ray Akoto, I encountered J.B. Danquah, the fighter for independence, now the human rights activist, a fighter for the rule of law, a fighter for human rights. And if you read Ray Akoto, and many, I believe, in this room don't remember the facts. Basically, CPP, led by Kwame Nkrumah, had gotten the parliament, this parliament, to pass the Preventive Detention Act, which enabled them to arrest and detain people under certain circumstances. And the chief linguist of the Ashantihini, Mr. Akoto, Bafo Akoto, and 7 others had been arrested under the Preventive Detention Act, and they applied for bail, and the High Court refused, and then they appealed to the Supreme Court, and J.B. Danquah was their lawyer. J.B. Danquah argued that under human rights law, there was no basis for a law like that that enabled individuals to be arbitrarily arrested and detained and be denied habeas corpus. And he also argued that the legislation itself was not right and that Parliament didn't have the power to enact a legislation which gave blanket check to the executive to arrest and detain people under those circumstances. So the case brought to the fore the issue of parliamentary supremacy. Is Parliament so supreme that Parliament can enact any legislation? And that was a central issue in the decision in Ray Akoto. Mr. Speaker, the court ruled that the Parliament at that time was not in any way inhibited and they could pass a legislation like that, even if during peace times. Because Ray Akoto had argued that in the jurisdictions where you had similar legislation, it was legislation passed during wartime to deal with the exigencies of war. And so Ghana, which was enjoying peace, could not be cited as a country that provided an environment that necessitated a legislation like that. But the Supreme Court at that time overruled them and said Ghana could enact a legislation like that. So there I encountered J.B. Danquah as the jurist, as a fighter for individual liberty and freedom. Subsequently, he himself was arrested and detained under the same PDA, Preventive Detention Act, allegedly based on some charge of conspiracy to undermine the regime of Kwame Nkrumah. Mr. Speaker, he was in detention, I think, from somewhere in 1964, and ultimately died in detention in 1965. I think 4th of February 1965. And of course, his death sparked some furore across the country, and subsequently a commission of inquiry was set up to try and explain the circumstances surrounding his death. Let's get to the more controversial issues about the CIA. When the honorable member cited some allegations that he betrayed his country and worked for the CIA, it is indeed the case that some writers have claimed that J.B. Danquah received funding from the CIA, that he received some financing from the CIA. And indeed, it is claimed that in the 2010 of the CIA, there is some indication there that he received financing from the CIA. Exactly what the financing is for is the subject matter of speculation. Others have speculated that it was a period when the United States was working against the Nkrumah regime because Nkrumah was considered to be a communist, that they were pro the Soviet Union, and so they suspect that they financed J.B. Danquah for those reasons. But this is a matter that is not settled. So it is a subject of some, claims that have been made. But the most important thing, Mr. Speaker, today is that we should learn to remember, to recognize the efforts of those who came before us and the good work that they did. I believe that at the appropriate time, we will also make a statement in this chamber about the contribution of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. I'm sure at the right time, we will also make statements about the contribution of such great heroes as Jerry John Rawlings. And Mr. Speaker, I will not be surprised. I will not be surprised if a statement on His Excellency President Akufo-Addo attracts the longest period of comments in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, let us learn to recognize the efforts of those who came before us. J.B. Danquah did a lot. There were disagreements along the way between him and Nkrumah, but you cannot write the history of this country without recognizing the effort of J.B. Danquah. In law school, I then read about customary law and the contribution of J.B. Danquah in documenting Ashanti or Akan customary law. He wrote extensively about Akan customary law, Akan traditions, the sociology of Akan communities, and etc. And that has become a major resource for those who are studying Akan customary law and also the society and the history and the traditions of the Akan. Mr. Speaker, let me save time for the conduct of government business by ending my contribution here. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, thank you, all the contributors. Thank you, the maker of the statement. And it is now time for government business. So please come with me to page 3. Page 3, item listed 13, Chairman of the Appointment Committee.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the motion number 13 at page 3 of today's order paper. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the motion has been moved. Yes. Honorable Jerry.
Mr. Speaker, duly seconded.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved and has been seconded. This is procedural, so I'll put the question. And the question is, all those in favor of the motion listed 13 in today's order paper, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. Yes, Chairman, let's turn to motion 14.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honorable House adopt the 10th report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as ministers of state. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I present your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, your committee's report is on Honorable Abdul Rashid Hassan Pelpo as Minister Designate, Ministry of Labor, Jobs and Employment. Honorable Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed as Minister Designate, Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology. Honorable Samuel Nate George as Minister Designate, Ministry of Communications, Digital Technology and Innovations. Honorable Kofi Idi Adams as Minister Designate, Ministry of Sports and Recreation. And Honorable Joseph Bukari Nikwe as Minister Designate, Ministry of Transport. Right, Honorable Speaker, the report is covering these nominees, and it is 81-page report. Mr. Speaker, I will urge the Hansa Department to capture the entire report as having been read as I capture the conclusion of the report in paragraph 9.0. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Article 878(1) of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and Standing Order 217, the committee considered the nominations submitted by His Excellency the President. After thorough deliberations, the committee finds the nominees competent, knowledgeable, and well-suited for the respective ministerial roles. The committee therefore recommends to the House by consensus the adoption of each report and the approval of the nominations of Honorable Abdul Rashid Hassan Pelpo as Minister for Labour, Jobs and Employment, Honorable Ibrahim Muntala Mohammed as Minister for Environment, Science and Technology, Honorable Kofi Idi Adams as Minister for Sports and Recreation, and Honorable Joseph Bukari Nikwe as Minister for Transport. The committee, however, recommends to the House to approve the nomination of Honorable Samuel Nate George as Minister for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovations by a majority decision. Mr. Speaker, I humbly submit.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved. Yes, Honourable Minority Leader and Ranking of the Appointment Committee.
Mr. Speaker, first, let me thank the Honorable Chair for his industry in managing the affairs of the committee thus far. Indeed, we work together on the committee report. Mr. Speaker, for all the other nominees that we agreed to pass them by consensus, truly, we did so in the utmost good faith and in the national interest. I therefore have no hesitation at all in seconding his motion for this House to approve Honorable Rashid Hassan Pelpo, Honorable Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed, Honorable Kofi Idi Adams, and Honorable Joseph Bukari. Mr. Speaker, all these 4 nominees, we have no problem at all. We believe that they qualify under Article 71 of the 1992 Constitution, Article 78(1) of the 1992 Constitution, and the Standing Order 217 of this House. Mr. Speaker, then on our respected colleague, Mr. Samuel Nate George, we also believe that he qualifies under Article 78(1) of the Constitution to hold public office as a Minister of State. However, there were matters that the minority caucus felt that his inability to deal with at the vetting made it impossible for us, as a matter of principle, to support his nomination. Hence, the decision to go by majority on his nomination. In other words, we washed our hands on his nomination and asked the majority to carry their burden on their own shoulders. Mr. Speaker, one would ask, upon what do we mount our opposition to his nomination? The basis of our opposition can be found on page 30 to 31, in particular paragraph 5.10. Paragraph 5.10 starts from page 30 to page 31. Mr. Speaker, we have no objection to his opinion in the public space. After all of us have an opinion in the public space. But we had a problem with the language he used against the person of the Honorable Chief Justice of the Republic. We believe that his criticism, as he describes it as constructive, could have been measured in language use, especially since he himself is in public service. Again, if you go to page 42 to 43, he, the nominee himself, first on paragraph 5.29 on the same page 42. This is what the report says. The nominee, when asked if he will retract and apologize for his post on social media, stated that he stands by those posts. Mr. Speaker, we believe that only few people in this country get the opportunity to become president of this nation. In governance, a president encounters a lot of challenges. Some he may not even know. And for the nominee to insist that President Nana Addo Danquah Akufo-Addo benefited from the Galamsey menace, we found that most unfortunate. In spite of our call on him to at least be measured in that language use, he could criticize Dr. Nana Akufo-Addo for not successfully ensuring that his call on anti-Galamsey helped the country. He could not say that the man benefited. Mr. Speaker, the Oxford Dictionary has a definition for a person benefiting. When you say somebody has benefited, what it means is that he has financially gained from the act. This we felt that he himself being in public space today, he is going to assume that important office, Ministry of Communication and Digitalization. This ministry has key international stakeholders. People from all manner of places would walk to him in his office to transact government business. Should there be some failings, is he going to accept people to criticize him using unprintable words? This we felt that if our respected colleague had found it necessary to say, at least, I retract those words against the former president, we would have had no problem. But he insisted, we felt that it was way below belt. And that is our first reason for opposing him. Now to paragraph 5.30. You can find it from pages 42 to 81, and I read. The nominee was asked to produce some document to support claims he had made during the vetting. He was able to provide the following documents: academic certificates, travel documents, Airbnb receipts, accommodation receipts. The nominee, however, has not been able to produce documents relating to the business of his spouse as well as his source of secondary income. The nominee has also not been able to submit evidence of the source of payment of his fees abroad. Mr. Speaker, these are the vetting. These were issues that came out. The nominee had assured that he was going to provide us evidence of these documents. As the report duly signed by the chair and the clerk to the committee have, as the report has indeed captured, these are documents that are yet to get to us. Mr. Speaker, we find it very unfortunate because this is the same nominee who has been holding other public officers to high standards. And if you are demanding from other public officers accountability, then the rule is clear. He who comes to equity must do equity, and he who comes to equity must also come with clean hands. Mr. Speaker, we are simply saying that on the basis of this, we maintain our position and therefore will express our protests in a vote only against this nominee, and we do so without prejudice. We shall participate fully in the debates on this matter, and our members would take turns to make their comments on this matter, and then at the point of voting, we shall proceed on the next direction. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honourable members, please, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. The motion is now the property of the House for consideration. So in order to manage the House, as a 5-5, I've been given the list, but so let me start with Honorable Minister for Education. But please, let's manage the time within 5 minutes. I beg of you, within 5 minutes, let's manage the time.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion for the adoption of the report of His Excellency President Mohammed's nomination for appointment as Ministers of State. And Mr. Speaker, in doing so, to take opportunity to implore the leadership of the House, in particular the majority and minority leader, to give utmost support and respect to the First Deputy Speaker as the man in charge of the Appointments Committee. At all times, he needs your support. And I think it's important that we recognize that it's not for nothing that the Constitution allowed that we have 2 deputy speakers, and the first deputy speaker is responsible for matters relating to appointment. Mr. Speaker, the second is, what does the Appointments Committee do? What are they to do? Propriety of vetting. And Mr. Speaker, again, to remind ourselves, elected members of Parliament, we walk to this House on the strength of Article 94 of the 1992 Constitution. And it's, Mr. Speaker, again, it's not for nothing that the Constitution says that to qualify to be a minister of state, you must qualify to be elected as member of Parliament. And therefore, if you are an elected member of Parliament, what in law can we do as an appointments committee? But Mr. Speaker, this practice have endeared Ghana to many democracies. The public accountability of persons desiring or appointed by the president to lead in various sectors of the economy, who must have utmost public trust and public integrity. Mr. Speaker, in the course of the vetting, once upon a time, I heard the minority leaders say that President Mahama should apologize to Ghanaian people and appoint more ministers. Mr. Speaker, may I with respect refer you to, you made a comment. Mr. Speaker, let me remind him that what President Mahama is doing in resetting Ghana's governance is to set benchmarks, which benchmarks will guide future presidents of the Republic. And it is not a benchmark for purpose of just the 9th Parliament. No. Mr. Speaker, may I refer you to the Constitution in Article 1976. It reads, and I quote, "There shall be a cabinet which shall consist of the President, Vice President," and Mr. Speaker, I emphasize this word, "not less than 10 and not more than 19 ministers of state." So, Mr. Speaker, cabinet is properly constituted with just 21, the President plus Vice President, and 19 other ministers. President John Dramani Mahama, in appointing 60 ministers, he will keep honor and faith with the Ghanaian people. What he expects is that in future, never again should a president want to rule this country and want to appoint as many ministers as 100, 80, 90, no, and 120. Mr. Speaker, that is a governor's legacy Excellency John Dramani Mahama wants to lead. And probably even more if he does, as he is taking full advantage of the extraordinary mandate he has, subjecting this country to a constitutional review. Mr. Speaker, when we have opportunity at constitutional review, then we will just, as a house, decide that this is what we want as a country, learning from the John Dramani Mahama experience and capping the number of ministers never to exceed 60. So those of you who think President Mahama will walk back on his pledge, you will be disappointed. He would honor that. Save the public purse as he has promised. What is the essence of a lean size of government or a small size of government? To make some savings for the Republic. That he will do. Mr. Speaker, now let me come to a few of the nominees, and I start by referring you, Mr. Speaker, to the Honorable Kofi Adams, Minister Designate for Sports. Mr. Speaker, in those days, I was then National Youth Organizer of the NDC, I believe the years 2002 to 2005, that I had gone to Takoradi to do an NDC youth program. And on my return at Adisadal College, he was then a teacher and deputy constituency organizer. As I sat through the program, before I left, I was convinced that he was a worthy political material. And then I invited him subsequently to Accra. He came and worked with me as NDC Deputy National Youth Organizer when I was youth organizer. then with Biziding and Co. at party headquarters. Mr. Speaker, he's a quiet deliverer. He has ownership of his strategies, he speaks less. I believe that he would make President Mahama proud at the Ministry of Sports. But there's more work to do, more work to do. We expect that the University of Education, he will dedicate that stadium to support them. Our football, Mr. Speaker, is not in the best of shapes. Look at the events at Nswatriman and Ashanti Kotoko. Officiating is at its poorest, and our Premier League is not watched. But, Mr. Speaker, football today is a major cash gainer if you invest and invest properly in it. Then, Mr. Speaker, I have seen, and may I refer you to page 15 of the report, considering extending the retirement age in the civil and public service. And, Mr. Speaker, again, a matter of public debate. Maybe this is the opportunity to enrich the constitutional review process. Are we to decide? For instance, a few days ago, I had a meeting with a section of university lecturers over retirement at 60, 65, medical doctors at 60, 65, mindful that there are other young people who have aspirations. But, Mr. Speaker, can we as a country decide that we want to adjust the retirement age? Let's subject it to another public debate, and maybe it will inform the work of the Constitutional Review Committee. Then, Mr. Speaker, I come to the Honorable Sam George. I listened to the minority leader, and I see majority decision. You know the political and standing order consequences of that decision. But, Mr. Speaker, is he qualified to be a minister of state or not? I'm just asking. So, Mr. Speaker, he's also going to the important Ministry of Communications. Ghana today is led by a dominant player in our communication space, the MTN. What opportunities are there for Ghanaians in that particular industry? I believe when he gets there, he must open up those opportunities for more Ghanaian participation in that particular area. And then, Mr. Speaker, to my neighbor, the Honorable Mohammed Mutala, going to the Ministry of Environment at the time that President Trump of the United States, a major contributor to global emission problems, is pulling out of the Paris Accord. I'm sure he'll be working closely with the Minister for Foreign Affairs, subject to this House decision, to see how Ghana contributes to benefiting from it. So, Mr. Speaker, finally, let me conclude. And then the whips. Our whips must know that in this House, discipline rests on your shoulders. Therefore, if you behave in a manner and in a conduct that is not acceptable to the Ghanaian people, you break down the governance of this House and put the Speaker in some imperil as we did. So the whips, be guided. You are not just whips for your political party. Discipline is yours. I mean, Mr. Speaker, you visited the House of Commons. Even the whip, the original whip, is still in the office of the whip of the House of Commons. So the whips, you should be the last at all times, at any time, to undermine the work of the House. And you must ensure that your members uphold party values, but be reminded at all times that you are patriotic citizens of Ghana. There are times that we must drink from the spring of patriotism, and this country must benefit from us as persons contributing to the public good. So, Mr. Speaker, let me comment my schoolmate at the law school, who is now the proud chairman of the Appointments Committee, Bernard Ahiafo. He's managed his temperament so well. There are times that sitting afar, so well. There are times, Mr. Speaker, sitting afar, you just can't take and swallow what he's compelled to swallow. We've been there before with Osei. Today, we remember him and respect him, former chairman of the Appointments Committee. He will turn and tell you that, Mr. Minority Leader, your time is up. I'm not tolerating any more questions from you. To keep the sanity and stability of the House, we yielded. The recordings are there. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to comment the chairman and then to all of us as members. if we behave in a manner which undermines the public trust, we are undermining the public faith and respect for our democracy. So, Mr. Speaker, and then my good friend, Honorable Nipe, I'm sure he too, I can share his story. Now, Northern Regional Minister Adolf, one day walked to me when Moses Mabinga was exiting from Parliament and said he has a better candidate who can win Saboba. I asked him who, he said Nipe. Then I said we should meet at the Electoral Commission offices in Tamale so that I'll know who Bukari Nipe is. Mr. Speaker, a calm gentleman of a personality, very tolerant person, and I'm sure he will, in performing as Minister for Transport, be reminded that Tamale Airport will need a second phase. So be reminded. And be reminded, Mr. Speaker. And then Cape Coast, there are some promises there. So Bukari Nipe, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
We will take appropriate decisions on the airport as a government. He knows that. He knows that. So, Mr. Speaker, Bukari Nipe, at the Ministry of Transport, elected member of Saboba. When they said Minister for Transport, Minister for Roads is here.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I conclude. I thank you. Nipe, I wish you well. Honorable.
Yes. Let him now give the floor to Honorable Kojo Oponkroma.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make some few remarks in support of the motion that has been moved. First, Mr. Speaker, I'm tempted to comment briefly on the remarks by the Minister for Education in celebration of what I'll call the new threshold of 60 ministers. I think as commendable as it is, to the extent that we are making remarks that Hansard is capturing, we should add to it the fact that if the result of the election had been different, we'll be celebrating 50 ministers and not 60. The new threshold of 60 is worth celebrating, but in the very near future, we will be celebrating 50 under an MPP administration. Mr. Speaker, I think, however, on a more serious note, it's also important to correct the impression that the consolidation of some ministries necessarily means a wholesome cut or savings of the public purse. Mr. Speaker, for example, today we don't have a Ministry of Information, but we have a Minister of State at the Office of the President responsible for government communication. The same salary that the Minister of Information was drawing is the same salary that he's going to be drawing. All the civil servants who were working at the Information Ministry will continue to draw their salaries. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources, the fact that you no longer see a Water Resources Ministry as separate does not mean that any civil servant who worked there has been fired. They will continue to draw their salaries. In fact, all the budgets for projects under water resources have only now been consolidated with Water Resources, Works and Housing. And so, Mr. Speaker, the claim that we make sometimes that there's been a wholesome cut in expenditure is not exactly accurate, and I think that it's something that we should also address our minds to. Mr. Speaker, very quickly, I want to make a few
Honourable
remarks.
Member, I'm not going to take any interjections. No point of order, please. Yes, Minister.
Very quickly, Mr. Speaker, I want to make a few remarks on some of the specific portfolios, starting with the Employment Minister. The Honourable Rashid Pelpo, very respected member of this House, we congratulate him on his nomination. A couple of things that we who have just left government would like to draw his attention to. Jobs are created mostly in the private sector than the public sector. And so it will behove on him to liaise with his colleagues in the economic sectors so that they can create the enabling environment for the private sector to create the jobs. I say so because already the Minister for Finance, our very good brother Ato, who's just left the chamber, has been announcing that he's going to create jobs. And the lesson that we have learned, which we'll share with them, is that it will be better attention is paid to assisting the economic sector ministers so that they create the environment that allows the private sector to create jobs. Mr. Speaker, additionally, one thing that over the years as a republic we have failed in is having an independent body that can put together statistics on jobs. So in the US, for example, they have the US Bureau of Labor Statistics that captures the data and publishes the reports, I think, on a monthly basis. In the Kufuor administration, we tried a job registration exercise, didn't succeed much. In the Mills administration, I recall my brother Danquah, Deputy Information Minister at the time, announcing the famous 1.6 million jobs. And later, the Employment Minister was struggling to reconcile. In the Akufo-Addo administration, we resorted to SNIT data of about 2.6 million jobs. It was a matter of public debate. Mr. Speaker, I'm raising this because it's a lesson that as a republic we must learn. And it will serve the new Employment and Labor Minister well if he pays attention to something like creating an Office of Employment Statistics or Labor Statistics in Ghana that can independently gather this data that the political and academic and economic classes can agree on. So we wish him well. Mr. Speaker, the second person I want to speak about is the Honorable Murtala Mohammed Ibrahim, going to Environment, Science and Technology. We're having a big debate here this afternoon about whether or not we can rely on what somebody has written as a matter of fact. Is a debate that is at large. But Mr. Speaker, now the fight against Galamsey, as he also alluded to in his vetting, is something he has to exercise his mind to. And in collaborating with his colleagues, the Minister for Lands, maybe Defense, etc., they will be able to do a bit more in addition to what has been done already. It's a fight that successive governments have battled. We all recall the videos of Professor Mills complaining about it. We recall the videos of President Akufo-Addo committing to work at it. Today, that matter is still at large. So the Honorable Murtala, as you go there, today the cap is squarely on your head, and you have to collaborate with your colleagues to try and achieve some results in addition to what has been achieved in that area. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak about the Minister Designate for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation. A couple of things, or maybe three things that we have learned just exiting government that he should pay attention to. First is value-added services in the telecom space. A lot of work is being done on voice and data, but if you look at the global economy, a lot of young people are finding expression and wealth in value-added services. Here in Ghana, the digital centers, etc., can do a lot more in that space. He shouldn't just focus on, the telcos, voice and data, but value-added services and how to help young Ghanaians take advantage of that. Attendant to that is the case of business process outsourcing centers. India, Singapore, some other parts of the world are creating a lot of jobs for young people through BPOs. It will serve Ghana well if the minister pays attention to that area. And also the fintech ecosystem requires a lot of support for the young Ghanaians. A lot of them previously will be doing what some may call Sakawa, etc. But that shows that they have the skill. And if they are supported in the fintech ecosystem, they can do some more. And so it will serve Ghana well if he pays some attention to that. Two final points, and then I'll rest, Mr. Speaker. The Minister for Sports and Recreation. It is the new administration that has been talking a lot about the 24-hour economy. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the 24-hour economy for some people is becoming like e-levy. When you ask about jobs, they say 24-hour economy. When you ask about growth, they say 24-hour economy. When you ask about everything, they say 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, the 24-hour economy requires them to pay attention, for example, to the astroturfs, hundreds of them that have been built across the country. That is one viable way, Kofi, that is one viable way that night sports under those floodlights can function. And so it is a good space that you should pay attention to so that at least your 24-hour economy will find expression in night sports using the astroturfs that the Akufo-Addo Bawumia administration bequeathed to you before we left office. And Mr. Speaker, my very final point is to the Transport Minister, Honorable Nikwe, very fine gentleman, not only just to look at the Tamale airport, as the Honorable Education Minister spoke about, but also to pay attention to electronic vehicles. You will recall that the immediate exited administration piloted a rollout of electronic vehicles in the public transport area as part of efforts of reducing the cost of transport. Today, the new president has interestingly named the energy minister also as Minister for Green Transitions. It's an indication that there's a lot of interest to ensure that the green space is, may I say, played in some more. It will help if the minister, collaborating with the Minister for Energy, ensure that the policy on EVs is put to use as quickly as possible. In particular, Mr. Speaker, the duties of, on electronic vehicles. So that people who want to go into electronic vehicles, particularly large occupancy electronic vehicles, will find them cheaper, bring them in, and help to reduce the cost of transportation. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, we'll support the motion that was moved by the chairman of the committee. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kojo Oponkrumah. Yes, let me now turn to Adaku, Minister for Roads and Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion moved by the chairman of the appointment committee and seconded by our respected colleague, the minority leader. Mr. Speaker, indeed, I believe honorable people have what it takes to drive the government's agenda of creating more job opportunities. He's a very experienced politician and of a calm demeanor and can take the job and do it very well. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Mutala is very passionate about the environment and has advocated on many occasions what we can do. And I know that he's somebody who has got a research background as well. So some of the things raised by my good friend, Honorable Oponkrumah, I believe Honorable Mutala can handle them. Mr. Speaker, with regard to Honorable Sam George, I respect the position taken by the minority. But just to say that their stance is a bit problematic. If we begin to, for instance, some of the reasons given for not supporting him is because he has failed to produce documents relating to businesses of his spouse. Mr. Speaker, Sam George is not the owner of his wife. You need permission. Yes, Sam George is not the owner of his wife. If your wife owns a business, you need her permission to be able to give details of that business. So this idea that when you are being vetted, you can be vetted on everything, including personal things. I am just saying that whilst it's him today, one day, be prepared that some other questions which has no relation to the portfolio can come up. And then this thing about his secondary source of income. Really? So colleagues on the other side are saying that if somebody were to ask you to actually determine how much you spend as a member of parliament, you will be able to account for all of it and put it in a document. Oh, but that is your point. I think these points are too feeble. These points are too feeble points to be used to say that you will not support him. But you have your point. With regard to Honorable Kofi Edi, the new minister designate for youth and for sports, I agree with Honorable Oponkrumah that we have seen the building of a number of astroturfs across the country. The record, though, is that many of them are not built to standard. Some of them are failing already, and many of them, are, let's face it, many of them are in constituencies located to this side of the house at the moment. That is a fact. But he's made a very important point. He's made a very important point that let's ensure that we can put those to use even beyond when the sun is there. And I agree with him. And I'm sure Honorable Kofi has what it takes to be able to do that. With regard to Honorable Nikwe, I have no doubt that he understands exactly what the job description is. One of the things he talked about is the EV. But Honorable Oponkruma, the truth is that, yes, the previous government said they have got an EV policy. And then on the day of the launching of the buses, we were told 100 EV buses are available. I checked that time. Only 10 buses were registered at DVLA. So we don't have 100 EV buses. We have 10. But even those 10, would you be concerned that if that bus moves from Tema Station and gets stuck in traffic on the way, it may not be able to get to Tema and come back because we don't have the infrastructure to handle them yet. So in the haste to deploy EVs, it comes with infrastructure. So it's not merely having a policy. We don't have, because you need to charge it. It doesn't come, it is not fuel. So I agree with you. Finally, Mr. Speaker, you see, I know my colleague, the minority leader, always complains that when he's speaking or people speaking from the other side, he's harassed. When Honorable Ponkrumai was speaking, I saw my colleagues listen to him in silence. So please, can you indulge us? Mr. Speaker, our respected former leader and the Minister of Education raised an issue. Mr. Speaker, the spectacle we saw at the appointment committee, I was there the last time. I am happy we have been able to resolve it. But leader of the minority, I saw you made certain points, including the fact that Honorable Sam George should retract and other things. I want to use this opportunity. I know that as members of parliament, we are not blind. We all know and can tell who in the parliamentary service, or we have suspicion, could be NDC or an MPP. But we never put that kind of information outside. I know, and you know, that there are members of parliament who have direct relations with people in the parliamentary service. But the point I'm making is that the way by which the minority leader actually dealt with the clerk of the appointment committee, Mr. Speaker, no. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, is it part of the report?
Honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, is it part of the report?
Honorable member.
I can tell my colleagues, I just left my job as a whip. Whenever I'm speaking, somebody puts my mic off. I can tell you, I can do that right now. That when you are speaking,
Leader,
I can make sure you are
Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I'm listening to you. Mr. Speaker.
Minister, address me.
Okay.
I wish the issue about the clerk has been addressed by the Speaker. So let's focus on the nominee. And
Mr. Speaker, let me tell you why this issue has to be dealt with. I know the lady and I know the family. They are extremely traumatized. Mr. Speaker, after the minority. All I'm going to say, Mr. Speaker, allow me. All I'm going to say is that give the opportunity to my very good friend, the respected minority leader, to openly apologize to the clerk. Speaker, repeatedly, when I speak, they put the mic off. Mr. Speaker, they should not tempt us to do the same thing that when you speak, you cannot be heard. And I can see, Mr. Speaker, there's a colleague, a female colleague on the other side, who I don't want to mention, who has become an expert in that. There's a female colleague on the other side who has become an expert in that. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am just saying that I know the lady. The family is traumatized and they feel that Parliament, and I'm happy with the way Mr. Speaker defended her.
Mr. Speaker, I sit here, I say, everybody in Parliament knows which staff is political, NDC or NPP, but we never use that against them. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you the political coloration of the 4 people sitting here, but that is not my business. So for the minority leader, a very respected leader of this house, to actually lay into the clerk that way, I am saying that for us to look like people who actually care about women, she must actually apologize personally, apologize on the floor. He can decide, Mr. Speaker, he can decide not to do it. He can decide not to do it. But I am just saying that for the trauma the family of the clerk is going through, it will help if he makes some statement here to calm them down that it's not it's not something personal. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I just want to add to what Honorable Haruna said. We have consistently disagreed vehemently in this house, and you being the chair. We speak, and then we leave it there. For the fact that for the first time since I entered this house in 2013, colleagues got so infuriated to the extent of physically destroying tools that have been given to us to work with. Should never happen again. Not say why? Because I was sitting there. The mic, the console in front of me. The console in front of me, Mr. Speaker. I saw a colleague who said okay.
Honorable member.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member.
In the Parliament. Mr. Speaker. Please. Mr. Speaker, do you know why I need to talk about this? I have been invited. I've been invited by the committee investigating.
Honorable Minister, please, I wish we hold on to this. Let's focus on the nominee. I think we will revisit this particular issue. Let's focus on the nominee and pass them. Some of them sitting here, all what they are waiting is they have been passed. So please, let's focus on the nominee and pass them.
Yes,
then
Mr.
later
Speaker,
on we can revisit this.
I saw my respected the leader of the minority side suggest that he was expecting Honorable Sam George to retract some of the things he said about the Chief Justice. He was expecting him to retract things he said about President Akufo-Addo. I am honorably urging my leader that the same principles by which you use to say that you will not support Honorable Sam George, I'm encouraging you, use the same principles and apologize to the clerk in which you lay to and then apologize to her. Thank you very much. Intolerant minister.
Leader, will you? Leader.
Let me deal with it. Why? Let me deal with it, please.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my respected friend and colleague, who is now the Minister of Roads and Highways, in making his contribution, introduced an important matter which arose in the course of our committee hearings. Mr. Speaker, what I'm sure he's not aware is that this matter has been discussed at a very high level in this House. We've had engagement, and I am not a person who would have hesitation where I think I am wrong. I would hide behind my ego to hurt another person. I had assured Mr. Speaker that based on the engagement, I was actually going to make a formal statement here in this House in respect of all the matters. We're all human beings. Maybe somebody, I remember when we were kids, somebody will use their eye to provoke you. But when you hit, it is that which is seen. But we've moved past there. Mr. Speaker, without equivocation, I shall proceed in terms of what my brother said. And he and I have a long relationship. I don't mind he saying that publicly. It is for the good of all of us. Today, I'm 46. Tomorrow, I may be 50. And I will not be the same person. We grow, we learn, we mature. If Kwame is saying that he knows the family, and my Akpo, please, it doesn't mean anything. Please. We've been in this house for some time, I beg you. If Kwame holds a view that he knows the family, my reaction on the conduct of our clerk has resulted in some trauma to the family. He knows the family, I don't know the family. And the lady in question. Let me, Mr. Speaker, unreservedly say, what's her name? I want to mention the name in full. Please. I will do it. Mr. Speaker, let me unreservedly say to the clerk to the appointment committee, Mrs. Gifty Jagger Goba, I am sorry. Let me also say to her husband, Mr. Speaker, she bears Mrs. Let me also say to the husband, the lovely husband, that my comment in respect of internal matter, if as a husband he is traumatized by this, I hereby unreservedly apologize to him as a husband. To the children, let me unreservedly say sorry to the children. Let me unreservedly say sorry to the extended family, those close and dear to her who are affected by my outpour of disappointment in her conduct. And to all her colleagues in the parliamentary service, including colleagues who felt that I could have managed the matter better. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry. I again apologize unreservedly. And I know that with all discussions held, we would be able to work better in spite of some reservations that we may have. Mr. Speaker, let me emphasize that even as we were resolving this matter, at least I've had a better approach. This afternoon we met. I had the opportunity of looking at drafts and she making corrections, and relationship has been restored. She and I did not have a bad blood. She knows the relationship, the former relationship I had with her in our work. Except that, Kwame, I have been a majority leader before. I was in that black seat. You were here opposite. The standard she held in respect of dealings between the majority and the minority leader was what perhaps compelled my reaction. Because, please, colleagues, a man must be heard. Please. A man must be heard. Please, please, please. She held us to such a high standard, and I felt that the same treatment could come from her whilst we are in minority. But that notwithstanding, I concede that there is always a better way to react to a situation. And I will not allow ego to direct me on what to do, especially when she's a woman. I unreservedly, one more time, withdraw this, and I would write a personal letter to her to keep for her records from the bottom of my heart. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case.
Yes, it's now the turn of Reverend.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity given me. I rise to comment on the motion, supporting the motion that has been moved and in so doing to commend highly the respected minority leader, the Honorable Osahin Alexander Kwamina Afenyo-Markin, for the nobility, civility, and humility demonstrated, and the honor in seeing fit to apologize unreservedly and withdrawing any comments that may have been deemed offensive to the clerk of the appointment committee. Mr. Speaker, it is instructive to note that this is not the first time in relation to the activities of the appointment committee and processes for parliamentary approval. This is not the first time the Honorable Minority Leader has had to apologize. The other occasion was to apologize to a nominee who was before the committee, who stated that he felt he and his family and chiefs were offended by some utterances of the Minority Leader. He unreservedly apologized and retracted. Today he has demonstrated. But we must put on record that Honorable Alexander Afenyo-Markin, neither is there any member of the minority side. None of us is on the 10th report of the appointment committee pending approval of this House. It is members of the majority who are penned in this report, pending our approval, whom the public out there is watching to demonstrate the highest standards of nobility, of humility, and of service. Mr. Speaker, my respected senior Minister for Education earlier had quoted Article 78(1) that ministers of state shall be appointed by the President from Parliament by Parliament's prior approval. Members of Parliament or members who have the same eligibility to become members of Parliament. But, Mr. Speaker, there is a reason why the framers of the Constitution insisted that when the President appoints a minister, they must obtain the prior approval of Parliament. It goes beyond the technical qualification. It goes beyond technical competence, but character, leadership, nobility, and accountability, among others, are the traits they look out for. I am looking at my colleagues taking a cue from the nobility just demonstrated. To the nominee for the Ministry of Labor, Jobs and Employment, Honorable Rashid Pepu, very respected member of this House, I've had the opportunity to review one of his books that he authored, True Meaning of Life. His temperament and his past record of public service give me every assurance that he would have what it takes to be able to work to maintain the calm labor front that we have seen over the past years, and to ensure that he engages the multiplicity of stakeholders within the labor front to ensure that their demands are discussed, they are heard, and even not fully, when the expectations are not fully met, they receive the assurances that will help them work with their government. On 24 hours economy, the nominee assured the House and the committee that he would work with his government to ensure that companies that are not already operating 24 hours are given support, specific support, to ensure that they're able to employ 3 teams and 3 batches, 3 shifts for 24-hour economy to be fully operationalized. That is a commendable assurance. But we want to see that assurance given effect to in the first budget that may be presented to this House. That will be the commitment that indeed there is concrete plans to incentivize the private sector to tap into President Mohammed's 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, we wish him well. On Honorable Joseph Bukari Nikwe, Minister for Transport Designate, I have every confidence that the minister will have what it takes, given his temperament and how we know him, to be able to engage the multiple stakeholders, particularly within our public transport front, to ensure that it's unified, that ensure that they provide safer and peaceful and more efficient public transport system for Ghanaians. He also assured the committee that the general concern of the public relating to the poor state of aircraft and the relatively high costs of airfares that are of airlines that are operating in Ghana will be looked into to ensure that we have value for money, that we have improved air transport system, and that outdated aircraft are taken from our system. On Honorable Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, the Minister Designate for Environment, on page 49, Mr. Speaker, the nominee acknowledged the steps taken by the erstwhile government, the MPP government, in making available abundant solar energy resources, and assured that he would champion exploring or championing an initiative where the government agencies and ministries would tap into these resources to ensure that we have efficient energy utilization. President Trump signed an executive instrument that saw the United States of America withdrawing from the important climate change treaty that Ghana is a signatory to. In reaction to this very important concern or development, the nominee assured that he was going to do something about it. But beyond the rhetoric, it is important that the nominee pays attention to exploring innovative financing mechanisms, because there will definitely be financing shortfalls to be able to finance the financing gaps within the climate change action that this country is committed to. And we wish him well in his pursuit. But he concluded on page 50, as contained on page 51 of the report, that as part of his legacies, he is going to ensure that he leaves a legacy of discipline at the ministry, and that all the agencies under his ministry will also be called to discipline. And to this, we are all urging that he walks the talk, particularly when he cites discipline as a legacy he wants to leave at the ministry. Regarding Honorable Sam George, Minister for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation Designate, it is important that the minister, if approved, prioritizes the digital, rural, urban digital divide. The poor child in Asin, Jinabodie, deserves to have the same infrastructure to support its 21st century learning, to ensure that telecommunication infrastructure is provided in rural areas much as are available in urban areas. And that is one challenge that will be a feather in his cap if you looked at. One of the commitments he himself cited was the challenge of cybercrime activities. And we would urge him that, if approved, to pay attention to sanitizing the cyberspace and curbing cybercrime activities to ensure that safe environment is maintained for online business, education, leisure, and other very purposeful activities. Last but not least, Honorable Kofi Idi Adams, Minister Designate for Sports and Recreation. He has assured this House that under his leadership, he is going to ensure that Black Stars brings home caps, that our national teams bring home medals and laurels. We will support him in that feat. Football is one sport that unites the whole country, that tones down the tensions when politics raises it. Sports comes in to unite us. It is important that he pays attention to that sector, and beyond that, to expand the development of other sports. On this note, I congratulate the nominees and to urge that for the purposes of tomorrow, serving in the executive, if you find yourself in backbench or in the minority, your public utterances are important. Your public contact today are as important as when you are nominated. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Yes. Honorable, okay, Ferris.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will keep it brief. Mr. Speaker, my colleague and brother, the Honorable Member for Ofuasia UAD, made the point in his submission that no significant savings can be made by cutting down the number of ministers. Mr. Speaker, I beg to differ. The fact is that if at one point there were 125 or 126 ministers, and today we have 60 ministers, it is a mathematical certainty that you will spend less in the maintenance of ministers than you did in the past. This is not disputable. Mr. Speaker, there used to be a Ministry of Information with a whole setup that had both political appointees, public servants, and civil servants. Today, their functions have been taken over by an office called Minister in charge of Government Communications under the Presidency. What that means is that today, there will be 76 less employees working to disseminate government information than before. Mr. Speaker, apart from the tangible financial savings, Mr. Speaker, there is also symbolic value in doing what President Mahama has done. What he has done has sent a signal to the people of Ghana that their resources, which these days is in short supply, will not be spent on the creature comforts of more politicians who occupy offices with questionable functional necessity. Mr. Speaker, in the past, one ministry, which is the transport ministry, was carved out into 3 different ministries. Today, President Mahama has consolidated that ministry, and all the work that the 3 ministries did will be done by one ministry. Significant savings will be made. In addition to that, there will be greater efficiency. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, whilst I respect the rights of our colleagues on the other side to oppose the nomination and indeed the approval of any nominee, I must express dismay about the reasons assigned for opposing, in particular, the nomination of the Honorable Samuel Jatta George. Mr. Speaker, I would have thought that they would cite some constitutional or legal impediments or even moral turpitude as the reason why his nomination cannot see the light of day. Mr. Speaker, they rather say that Honorable Sam George has run some commentary on the head of another state institution, the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, it raises the question as to when they became the mouthpiece of the judiciary. As far as I know, the Chief Justice has adequate outlets to express disapproval or disagreement with anything that anybody says. We must respect the independence of state institutions and not take over their functions. Mr. Speaker, also, you see, as members of Parliament, whereas we are all here mostly on the ticket of political parties, we are first and foremost representatives of the people of Ghana. They have certain expectations of us. One of them is to engage in substantive work. The Appointments Committee is not the platform to settle political scores, especially when the same matters that have been discussed in the public domain have been lost by our colleagues on the other side.
Honorable Felix.
I do not believe, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, I do not believe that what, okay, all right.
Yes. I just wanted you to be straightforward with it. Don't invite unnecessary. Just focus on the nominee, and it's already 8 o'clock.
Mr. Speaker, I'll do so. Mr. Speaker, I am making the point, Mr. Speaker. I am making the point.
Honorable member.
Making the point, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable
the reasons being advanced for opposing the Honorable Sam George's nomination, in my candid view, are untenable. They do not constitute sufficient grounds for opposing the nominee. Finally, Mr. Speaker, let me extol the virtues of one or two of the nominees who are going to be passed imminently. Let me start with the Honorable Kofi Adams. I recall distinctly that about 2 decades ago, when I was a bright-eyed member of the students' wing of the NDC, and he served as the deputy national youth organizer of the NDC, he reposed confidence in me to nominate me to represent the NDC at a major event that was being held by colleagues on the other side, which was a major national conference in Kumasi. He showed that he had a keen eye for talent, and he goes to a ministry where sporting talent is key to a survivor. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, Ghana's sporting sector is in complete disarray. Only yesterday or the day before, a football fan who had gone to witness a football match did not go home back alive. He lost his life under tragic circumstances, compelling a halt of the Ghanaian League. These are challenges that I believe he has the capacity to resolve, and therefore I wish him well in the endeavor. As for the Honorable Sam George, I would argue, Mr. Speaker, that the fact that he is able to stand his ground and stick to his conviction is proof that he has what it takes to manage a high portfolio like being a Minister of State. What we do not want are flip-floppers who, on the altar of political convenience, will abandon their convictions. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, we do not need wimps to become ministers. We need men of conviction and courage, and Honorable Sam George has demonstrated same. So I will lend support to his approval. If our opponents, Mr. Speaker, I'm wrapping up.
Thank you so much. Let me come to Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, if our colleagues,
gentlemen,
Mr. Speaker, if our colleagues want to claw back lost political capital, they are going to have to do so the hard way, which is convincing Ghanaians that they have a superior message. They cannot use the platform of the Appointments Committee to sanitize people whose conduct was in the full care of the public.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Samuel Bujinapo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on this motion. Mr. Speaker, let me begin very straightforward with the Honorable Abdul Rashid Hassan Pelpo. Mr. Speaker, when I had the privilege to serve as Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, the Honorable Pelpo was a ranking member on the Lands and Natural Resources Committee. Mr. Speaker, perfect gentleman, very capable, and I believe he will serve well at the Ministry of Labor, Jobs, and Employment. Mr. Speaker, I will urge him to pay attention to the tripod of labor, government, and employers, so we can have a calm labor front for the business of government and the state to move on smoothly. Mr. Speaker, on the Minister-designate for Sports, the Honorable Kofi Adams, Mr. Speaker, he's been on the political front for a long time, for a while now, and we all know him. He's a colleague, and I believe he's capable of reviving Ghanaian sports, particularly the Black Stars. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Transport, the Member of Parliament for Saboba, Mr. Speaker, who is my in-law, in whom I'm most pleased. Mr. Speaker, he's a fine gentleman. He's demonstrated a lot of knowledge, and I believe that he will bring his calm personality, wisdom, and stature to bear on the Ministry of Transport. And Mr. Speaker, whilst at it, let me correct the record of this House that the airport which was built in Tamale by His Excellency Nana Addo Danquah Akufo-Addo, Mr. Speaker, by His Excellency Nana Addo Danquah Akufo-Addo is called the Yakubu Tali International Airport and not the Tamale Airport. Mr. Speaker, Nana Addo Danquah Akufo-Addo built the Yakubu Tali Airport for Tamale, the first airport in northern Ghana. Of course, the first interchange again was built by Nana Addo Danquah Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, I wish my in-law, the Honorable Nupe, will build the second phase. And may I advise, Mr. Speaker, that he pays some attention to water transportation, particularly on the Hotel Lake, and also rail transportation. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Mutala, who has been nominated for the Ministry of Environment, Mr. Speaker, I find it a bit strange that we have a Ministry of Environment, we now have a Minister of State responsible for climate change and sustainability, we have a Minister responsible for green transition. We all know in Ghana that matters relating to climate change falls within the four corners of the Ministry of Environment. And therefore, there will be the need for some streamlining so that the Ministry of Environment will take its proper role as a lead ministry when it comes to climate change. Of course, when I was at the Ministry of Lands, we dealt with nature-based climate action. When you go to transport, you have issues of climate change. When you go to agric, you have issues of climate change, Ministry of Energy. But the Ministry of Environment is a lead agency. And today that the United States has opted out of the climate environment, I believe that the minister will have a lot of work to do in championing climate change in Ghana and across. But Mr. Speaker, whilst at it, let me just take the opportunity to give a little advice to my senior brother, the Honorable Mutala. And that advice, Mr. Speaker, is that the temperament required for opposition politics and opposition activism is fundamentally different from the temperament required as a minister. And I will plead with him, and I will crave his indulgence, that he should watch his temperament, and ensure that he goes to the Ministry of Environment with a calm temperament, Mr. Speaker, with a calm temperament, so that he can administer the affairs of the ministry correctly. Mr. Speaker, let me now come to the Ministry of Communication and Digitalization. The Honorable Sam Nate George. Mr. Speaker, his approval or otherwise is a matter of intense controversy in this House, and the distinguished minority leader is already spoken to it. Mr. Speaker, if he ever was to get the approval of this House, and the if is with emphasis, if he was to get approval of this House, I did pose a question to him about artificial intelligence, and it would be great if he developed the area of artificial intelligence, particularly as we have this war between the United States and the Republic of China. I believe that Ghana should also leverage our knowledge in the artificial intelligence space. But Mr. Speaker, again, with him, as my younger brother and somebody I know quite well, I will first of all advise him that, Mr. Speaker, I respectfully advise him that he should take a cue from the minority leader. Mr. Speaker, when you err, you apologize. When you are unfair to people, you apologize. Mr. Speaker, strong men apologize. Strong women apologize. Wise men apologize. Mr. Speaker, apology is not a sign of weakness. It's a sign of strength. And so when you are wrong, when you are unfair to people, you apologize. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Sam George, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Sam George, I'm not too sure that anybody can take away some of his strengths. Articulate, eloquent, exhibit some knowledge in some areas and others. But I think he should also watch his temperament. Mr. Speaker, there is a perception that he is needlessly aggressive, controversial, combatant, and if I may say, arrogant. Mr. Speaker, and we saw a bit of it at the vetting. And Mr. Speaker, I said it with all objectivity. I'm not taking a swipe at him. When I had the privilege of being nominated as a minister, Mr. Speaker, I had the rare privilege of being nominated at the age of 37. And I took a lot of advice from senior colleagues in this house. I took a lot of advice from statesmen in the country. And even all through my career as a minister, I sought a lot of guidance and wisdom. And Mr. Speaker, in all humility and modesty, I will say that is how I survived the 4 years as minister. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, whatever happens to my brother today, I think he should walk into the Ministry of Communication and Digitalization. Some of his senior colleagues who have had the experience of ministerialship will give him the same advice. He should go there and be calm. He should listen more than he talks. He should not exhibit, exuberance and be dismissive. Mr. Speaker, and when you err, either to your chief director or civil servants or junior officers, just as the minority leader quite graciously and wisely did, you just say, I'm sorry. Nothing. There's nothing that takes that. Now, it doesn't take anything away from you. My brother and friend, the Honorable Felix Ofosu-Kwakye, talks about conviction. Yes, we all believe in the politics of conviction and not convenience. But when you err, when you are unfair to people, as I believe he was, you apologize. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude, Mr. Speaker. Let me conclude, still on the matter of communication, and say that what has happened to some of our colleagues is just a question of standards. Mr. Speaker, it's a question of standards. And let us all be careful. Maybe that advice goes to people like us on this side of the divide, even more than it goes to them. Just because they say when you live in a glass house, you don't throw stones. It's a wise saying. When you live in a glass house, you don't throw stones. And let's be careful when we are in opposition, what we say and do, and the standards we set. Today, my friend, the Honorable Sam George himself, who is popularly sometimes referred to as Jata. Mr. Speaker, the Jata and Lion today, he himself is now in the pocket of his wife, on his own admission. And Mr. Speaker, why is at it? Mr. Speaker, why is at it? Mr. Speaker, why is at it? Mr. Speaker, that is what, Mr. Speaker, that is what the kind of politics we do in opposition can do to us. Mr. Speaker, that is what the kind of politics we do in opposition can do to us. And Mr. Speaker, why is at it? The Honorable Sam George, as an elder of the Perez Chapel, not a member, as an elder of the Perez Chapel, and as somebody who espouses his Christian values, should also be mindful of what he watches when he's in Parliament. He should be mindful of that as well, especially when serious business is being conducted in the House. Mr. Speaker, today it will appear that my brother will have some explanation. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members, leader, you want to? He was concluding, so let's conclude it. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, to attack the persons of colleagues. The persons of colleagues. The Honorable Nominee is our colleague. He is a member of this House. We may have our political disagreements, but we should not use the consideration of a report about them to go personal against them. As for some of the things that you are referring to, I'm not sure whether they are true, whether they are accurate. I have also seen a few things flying on social media. Mr. Speaker, it is not verified. It is not verified. So please, kindly withdraw those ones. Kindly withdraw those ones, and then let's continue.
Yes. Yes.
Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, I'm sure at the right time we will also make statements about the contribution of such great heroes as Jerry John Rawlings. And Mr. Speaker, I will not be surprised. I will not be surprised if a statement on His Excellency President Akufo-Addo.
I humbly plead with you to help us to assist you. We are debating on a matter. I've heard a very junior member of this House who is now learning the rules of this House. He had an opportunity. He attacked. Okay, no. Mr. Speaker, I was even signaling that you should stop our brother Felix Ofosu-Kwakye. Mr. Speaker, we have our views. We've expressed those views. We've done so with all respect. Mr. Speaker, when the debate was ensuing, I received a text from one of us who I so much respect, that 4 years or 8 years is not far away. I was touched. We will do the politics and criticize you constructively, but you must also be careful the words you use. We are considering a report. You are in government. You are not even mindful of the fact that we need to finish this business for you, for the president to swear them in. No problem. Don't worry. Go on. Yes. To the bank benchers who are not ready to learn, go ahead. Your leader spoke, and we listened to him in silence. The least you can do is to show respect to your leaders, those of you at the backbench. And I have what it takes to correct you. I will call your names one by one and call you to order because I'm your senior in this chamber.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I will plead with you that when members are going out of order, with greatest respect, please stop them and let them get on the right path. Because he started, and then when he gets to his turn, they don't want to be quiet to listen. Mr. Speaker, we have done more than 30 nominees. It's only 2 we've expressed concern. And even so, the horses have not bolted yet. We can still keep them in the stable. We are not, you don't get it. You don't get it. You don't get it. You cannot use shouts to have your way. That will not happen. You must know. Yes, you can shout. You cannot use shout. You cannot intimidate to have your way. It will not work. I want you to know, it will not work. You cannot shout, attempt to intimidate to have your way.
It will not work. This chamber, if you don't know, ask your seniors. They've been in minority before. We are more resilient to deal with issues. Don't take us for granted. We are a happy few.
Leader, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I want to address you. And they must listen. I will be heard and I will speak. So make your noise. It's getting to 9. You have a government business. So keep making your noise. Keep shouting. You have government business. So keep shouting. We don't have government business. So keep shouting. No. I'll finish. Mr. Speaker, let us be guided. Let us be guided. And if we say we are showing mutual respect, the mutual respect we are showing must be real, not only by talks. When leaders are on their feet, the least a backbencher and a first-timer can do is remain quiet. You can heckle your colleague backbencher. You can heckle your colleague backbencher. Mr. Speaker, it is 8:36. If they are interested in what we call in Parliament filibustering, we will assist them to filibuster. If you want us to leave here at 1 a.m., you the backbenchers, continue your misconduct. Continue your misconduct. We don't have government business. You do. So continue your misconduct. Until you keep quiet, I will not make my point. You will keep quiet and listen to me. It's 8:39. Your president is waiting to swear in ministers. Talk to them. Leader. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want my colleagues to know that we have 2 reports. We have 2 reports. And we are taking 5 each. It is late. They should allow the debate to flow. We also have a vote to take. We know how long a secret ballot can take. All of these must be done. And if we are to manage the process, it will materially depend on their conduct. Wait, I know what I'm doing. Mr. Speaker, my respected colleague, Honorable Samuel Abu-Jinapo, is on his feet. I will plead with my colleagues opposite me to patiently listen to him to finish. If they don't want to listen to him, I will continue to be at his aid and protect him. Yes, I will go ahead. I will go ahead. You have government business, and you will see. Yes, you think you are in opposition.
Honorable members,
behavior, be there.
Honorable members, honorable members. Leader, thank you. Yes, Honorable Abu.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we are not done yet. Mr. Speaker, please, we are not done. Mr. Speaker, our brother Abu Jinapo must be heard. They should become quiet and hear him in silence. I rest my case. He will be heard, and he must be heard.
Honorable members, I have decided not to allow any interjection. So that is why when you raise this issue, I just want us to flow so that we can finish early. So please, honorable members, not that I don't know what I'm doing. Please allow me to. Honorable Abu, just finish up, conclude, and let's move on.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. I listened to the majority leader, who is a senior in this house and a senior brother, that I take counsel from him, I mean, in private and in public. And I've also listened to our very distinguished minority leader, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader has indicated that the subject matter for which reason I gave the advice is not verified. This is a statement coming from the majority leader, that it is not verified. Mr. Speaker, to that extent, I unreservedly withdraw and apologize to my brother Sam George. No difficulty with that. Mr. Speaker, but in so saying, Mr. Speaker, but in so saying, I think it goes to reiterate the point I was making in my submission, Mr. Speaker, that, Mr. Speaker, fairness and justice is a basis of nobility, not weakness. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, the gentlemanness expressed and exhibited by the minority leader, and in all modesty myself, it goes to our friend the nominee as well. Mr. Speaker, he unfairly, and he's been captured in this report, he unfairly attacked the Chief Justice, and he's been called upon to apologize. He will not. Mr. Speaker, he attacked the president. He attacked the former president. He's called upon to apologize, and he will not. Mr. Speaker, so I want to conclude. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, why are they afraid of a debate with a micro minority? Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by saying that I wish my brother very well. I don't know what his fate will be. I see he's very pensive. He's very anxious. And little did I know that he can be subdued. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by reiterating the advice. Mr. Speaker, when you are in opposition, be careful what you say. Be careful the standards you set. Mr. Speaker, this government is less than 1 month old, and yet the contradictions we are seeing, the inconsistencies, and the rest. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I wish him well, but if he gets the opportunity and ends up at the Ministry of Communication, he should watch his temperament. It will do him a lot of good. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, all those in favor of the motion listed 14.
Speaker, that's not how you conclude it. No.
Mr. Speaker, the report before you, Mr. Speaker, the report before you has two components. The report before you has two components, Mr. Speaker. No, you didn't say so. No. Please, we should be clear. No, 4. We should be clear. Please. Because the other one, we should be clear.
He's asking for a vote.
Honorable Minority Leader, please allow me to do my job. Yes. So please allow me. I know what I'm doing, please. So you just. Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, all those in favor that Honorable Abdul Rashid Hassan Pepu is approved as Minister Designate for Labor, Jobs and Employment, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Honorable Abdul Rashid Hassan Pepu has been approved as Minister Designate for Ministry of Labor, Jobs and Employment. All those in favor that Honorable Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed is approved as Minister Designate for Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion to approve Honorable Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed is approved. All those in favor that Honorable Kofi Idi Adams is approved as Minister Designate for Ministry of Sports and Recreation, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Honorable Kofi Idi Adams has been approved as Minister Designate for Ministry of Sports and Recreation. All those in favor that Honorable Joseph Bukali Nipe is approved as Minister Designate for Ministry of Transport, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Honorable Joseph Bukali Nipe has been approved as Minister Designate for Ministry of Transport.
Go ahead. We are not going to vote. It's very good. You don't have numbers to say what to do. Where is the numbers? What are you?
Yes. Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as indicated in the report of the committee, the 88 members of the 88 members of the minority reject the nomination of
Honorable Samuel Nefe George. We remain opposed to the decision for his nomination to be approved by this House by consensus. We rely on our earlier grounds of opposition without more. We therefore leave this matter entirely in the hands and on the heads of the majority in this House. It is their cross to carry. We, the NPP Minority Caucus of 88, and let the record reflect that we have stepped down our opposition in view of the calls by respected members of this House. We are therefore not going to pursue any longer the secret ballot, but rather to abstain. This is out of deference to members of this House who have reached out in utmost respect, and we want to demonstrate that good faith for the records by saying that in view of the representations made, we would rather opt to abstain from the vote so that it becomes your sole decision for Hansard. We are therefore opposed to it, and Mr. Speaker, it is majority, majority, majority. Carry your own cross. We've washed our hands on them. This is all we've done. Take it.
Honourable members, honourable members, honourable members, now that the minority as a group has abstained, I will go ahead to put the question. After putting the question, I will also ask for those who are against. Then I'll go ahead and ask for those who are abstaining, so that the records will capture as the minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, our work is to assist you. Mr. Speaker, I am on my feet led by precedents. Once I, as the leader of our side, in my submissions, have indicated that the entire 88 are abstaining. That
honourable members, please let's allow.
Don't worry. If Mr. Speaker,
we have had this before in this chamber. We are abstaining the entire 88. Let the record reflect as such. And we want Hansard to so capture that it is entirely the decision of the majority. We had nothing to do with it. So, Mr. Speaker, this issue of back and forth, we are not part of it. And let it put the question to them and let them take it, and then you record it as the majority took their decision. That's all. That's all.
Mr. Speaker, I think it is clear that the minority has no intention to participate in the vote. So you put the question and then let us vote. If after we have voted, nobody objects and calls for head count or anything of that sort, then the decision is taken. It's a majority decision. The report already says that it's a majority decision. And the minority, whether they are 28 in the chamber or they are 88 in the chamber, I withdraw. 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 I take it back. I withdraw. So, Mr. Speaker, just put the question. Just put the question.
Honorable members, the question is, all those in favor that Honorable Samuel Nate George is approved by majority, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, it's obvious. Honorable Samuel Nate George is hereby approved by the majority of this House. Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I am grateful for the opportunity to, on behalf of the nominees approved, extend our profound gratitude to the committee, the appointment committee, and the House, particularly the majority side. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, on behalf of the House, let me congratulate our colleagues for their appointment. We believe they will make the House proud. Yes. Yes, let me hear from you.
Mr. Speaker,
Chairman.
the 11th report is ready. Yes. Right Honorable Speaker, so I have to move the procedural motion. Right Honorable Speaker, the 11th report is ready to be laid.
Yes. Chairman, no, he has late. They're laying.
11th 11th report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President's nominations for appointment as ministers.
Honorable members, respectfully, the report has been laid and the report to be distributed to honorable members.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
I beg to move that, notwithstanding the provisions of...
Chairman, I'll give you the opportunity. Let me hear.
Mr. Speaker, it is sunset. We have done enough government business. Mr. Speaker, it is 9 p.m. Honorable Governor Kwame Agboja, once upon a time as a chief whip, will not allow government business to be conducted at night. He knows it. Mr. Speaker, the report has just been circulated. Mr. Speaker, I have checked. This report was just put on the system. Members have not had the opportunity to read. Mr. Speaker, we've often been accused of not doing proper diligence. Yes. We are supposed to read the report. The 11th report, Mr. Speaker, all of a sudden they have populated this chamber. Mr. Speaker, with a lot of their backbenchers, with one aim, to come and intimidate the mighty few. Mr. Speaker, this will not allow. Democracy does not mean that you use your supposed super majority to intimidate us. Mr. Speaker, let us go and relax. Come back tomorrow morning, read the report, and come and do the government business. Mr. Speaker, I would not support this idea of overloading members of parliament. Mr. Speaker, our health, the health of the members of parliament must be of great concern to the majority leader. Mr. Speaker, this report cannot be taken today. There was no proud discussion on this particular report. Mr. Speaker, in the list, there must be a suspension of the House for us to go through the report and, if possible, come back. Mr. Speaker, we can't just be on our feet to take this report. The chair of the committee cannot invite this House in terms of Order 1041. The rules are not to be abused. You should sparingly
be invoking Order 1041. Mr. Speaker, this morning the Right Honorable Speaker promised the minority that we would get his protection. Mr. Speaker, that promise is applicable to you, mutatis mutandis. It's applicable to you.
But leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Leader, it includes your own friend Akando.
Mr. Speaker, I know the previous report included your own friend Sam George. Your own friend Sam George and my former friend Sam George. Mr. Speaker, I know. Akando is my respected friend. But I want to plead with him that he should allow us to come tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, if Akando has no problem, but his report has been contaminated. There are some poison fruits around his own edible fruits. That makes it difficult for his fruit to be edible. Mr. Speaker, when a leader is on his feet and his whips are putting pressure on him, what can he do? Arrest my case.
Leader, so let's go on. It's conceded, so let me give the...
Mr. Speaker, let us continue with the business.
Yes,
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the motion numbered item number 2 at page 1 of the order paper addendum. Right Honorable Speaker, I so move.
Yes, thank you very much. Honorable Member, the motion on addendum paper 2 has been moved by the chairman of the appointment committee. Yes, minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. Mr. Speaker, in seconding the motion, let me make some few observations for the records.
Leader, this is procedural. So if you can.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I am saying that I'm making some few observations for the record.
This motion is procedural.
I am aware, yes. Is it not under Order 1041?
Very well.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, for want of time, I will limit myself to just one observation. The chair of the committee, in moving this house, failed to give us reasons for invoking Order 1041. I will, however, second his motion by giving him the opportunity to give stated reasons for inviting us under Order 1041 when it comes to moving the motion for the report to be adopted proper. Thank you.
So it means you've not seconded?
Mr. Speaker, it should be deemed seconded with all the reluctance.
Very well. Yes. Chairman, give us...
Right Honorable Speaker, the motion is moved and seconded. It's now for the consideration of the House.
That is not your purview. Chairman,
right?
The seconder wants to know why the reason for Order 1041.
Right Honorable Speaker, the reason for waiving the 2 days notice that has to be given before the report is taken is that, Right Honorable Speaker, vetting on the nominees have been completed. The report is ready to be taken. Right Honorable Speaker, we need to do this to enable the president to constitute his cabinet on a record time. So, Right Honorable Speaker, once the vetting has been completed and the report is ready, there is absolutely no necessity based on which the House will have to wait for 2 good days before taking the report. Mr. Speaker, in that vein, I moved that we waive the period of the notice so that we can proceed to take the substantive motion for the nominees to be approved, or for this House to take a decision on the nominees. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker.
So, Leader, more or less, it's an application to the chair to waive that.
Mr. Speaker, I'm opposed to the application. The government of his application is to the effect that the president needs to constitute his cabinet. The impression he's creating is that the president conveyed these nominees to this House and we have delayed. So any further delay would cause the president. Mr. Speaker, the president was bringing the names here in tots. He was coming here in bits. These nominees, even the adverts we put out requesting for public memoranda, some were given 2 days, some 3 days. In fact, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the report, the majority side took advantage of our decision to recuse ourselves as a result of Mr. Speaker's communication to railroad all their nominees who were on the corridors. Mr. Speaker, I was watching in my office within record time. Congratulations, bye-bye. Congratulations, bye-bye. Congratulations, bye-bye.
They're train agents.
Mr. Speaker, within an hour, all these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, Mr. Speaker, 9 nominees within an hour. Mr. Speaker, it's only 2 nominees that went through what I call proper vetting. Honorable Kwabna Minta Akando and our respected friend and brother Sami Okujeto Ablakwa, who is to assume the foreign ministry portfolio. That is if we even complete. Mr. Speaker, he has called for a second vetting. That is student days politics energy is still in him. So he's even calling for second vetting. Mr. Speaker, they took advantage of that situation to push all 9 nominees through. Do you call this vetting? And then you come back to make an application that the president must constitute his cabinet. Mr. Speaker, I am opposed to this application, and if Mr. Speaker is not minded by the good arguments made and still want to grant his application, which in my view is very lame. It's very lame. Mr. Speaker, it's entirely in your hands.
Thank you very much. I've granted the waiver because I know the minority leader himself is desirous to have the waiver granted. So, honourable members, the motion has been moved and has been seconded. This is procedural, and the question is all those in favor of the motion listed 2 in the other paper addendum say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Now, let's move to motion 3.
Right, Honorable Speaker, because we are everyday learning, I want to place on record that once the motion is moved and seconded, you can oppose it. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House adopts the 11th report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as Minister. And Right Honorable Speaker, in doing so, I present the 11th report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as ministers. The following people. Right Honorable Speaker, first on the list is Honorable Commemorative Akando as Minister Designate for Health, Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa as Minister Designate for Foreign Affairs, Honorable Seydou Isifu as Minister of State Designate for Climate Change and Sustainability, Mrs. Charity Gardner as Minister Designate for Ahafo Region, Mr. Salisu B. Awurbe Isifu as Minister Designate for Savannah Region, Mr. Wilbert Petty Brentum as Minister Designate for Western North Region, Mr. Joseph Nelson as Minister Designate for Western Region, Mr. Joseph Adai Akwaboa as Minister Designate for Bono Region, Mr. Francis Owusu Entry as Minister Designate for Bono East Region, Honorable Felix Kwachi Ofosu as Minister of State Designate for Government Communications, Mr. Edumua Ekopeni Ochre as Minister Designate for Central Region, Mr. Poison Charles Luanga as Minister Designate for Upper West Region. Mr. Speaker, I will urge the Hansard Department to capture the entire report, 103 pages report as having been read. Mr. Speaker, I proceed to read the conclusion of the committee. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Article 78(1) of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and Standing Order 217, the committee considered the nominations submitted by His Excellency the President. After thorough deliberations, the committee finds the nominees competent, knowledgeable, and well-suited for their respective ministerial roles. The committee therefore recommends to the House by consensus the adoption of its report and the approval of the nomination of Honorable Kobana Akando as Minister for Health, Mr. Samuel Okujeto, Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa as Minister for Foreign Affairs, Honorable Seydou Isifu as Minister of State, Climate Change and Sustainability, Mrs. Charity Gardner as Minister for Ahafo Region, Mr. Salisu B. Awurebe Isifu as Minister for Savannah Region, Mr. Wilbert Petty Brentum as Minister for Western North Region, Mr. Joseph Nelson as Minister for Western Region, Mr. Joseph Adai Akwaboa as Minister for Bono Region, Mr. Francis Owusu Entry as Minister for Bono East Region, Honorable Felix Kwachi Ofosu as Minister of State responsible for Government Communications, Mr. Edumua Ekopeni Ochre as Minister for Central Region, and Mr. Poison Charles Luanga as Minister for Upper West Region. Right Honorable Speaker, I urge the House to similarly adopt the committee's report by consensus. I humbly submit.
Yes, honourable members, The substantive motion has been moved by the chairman of the committee. Yes, the ranking of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise in seconding the motion. In doing so, I would want some observations to be properly captured for Hansard in respect of the reports we have. Mr. Speaker, first on Honorable Kwabena Minta Akando, it is without doubt that the minority, together with the majority, agreed to approve him by consensus, and there is no problem at all on his nominee, on his report and the decision we took. Mr. Speaker, on the second nominee, Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, the recommendation on page 31 of the 103 report reads, "Proud to the vote, the minority recuse themselves. Nonetheless, the committee recommends to the House by consensus the approval of the nomination of Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa as Minister of Foreign Affairs." Mr. Speaker, this would have to be corrected. Our side had a certain understanding of Mr. Speaker's communication. That notwithstanding, we want to presume this to be a regular vetting, though we recuse ourselves at a point. The conclusion here is that the recommendation is by majority decision. Our side is not part of it, and we will take a vote on this matter. Having said so, for the records, Mr. Speaker, on policy, the nominee distinguished himself on the issues regarding the portfolio he is going to occupy. The nominee himself indicated in his CV that he is the chair of the ORA, which committee we have questioned its constitutionality. We are not against any desire of a government to investigate a crime. Not at all. Crime is a crime, and if somebody decides to commit a crime, the laws of the land must deal with the person. But as it is known, if all men find a man's hand in a till, his guilt must be proven. Due process of law is what we've enshrined in our laws. A moment ago, the leader of government business took us through the rule of law when he was commenting on J.B. Danquah and his contribution to national history. So, Mr. Speaker, we are against his chair of this ORA and the activities in the country. We think, and we hold this whole view firmly, their actions are taking this country back. They must allow due process to take place in our country. As a country, we have used institutions to deal with situations. That is why, apart from the mainstream police service, we enacted a law to establish IYOKO. Not only that, we enacted a law to establish Financial Crime Office Center. That is why we set up the Office of the Special Prosecutor. That is why we have the NIB. That is why today you have various divisions at the police service with specialization in different crimes. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't have to appear too populist by encouraging some of these unconstitutional interventions. He proudly said he's a member of that. Mr. Speaker, let me also state he's a chair and a member. Mr. Speaker, I want to state for the records, although some members of this committee
have been denying it. We've heard businessmen complaining that this so-called ORA has been going to their houses and their office premises with video cameras, photographs, taking pictures. They have been using drones. Mr. Speaker, I here, as a leader of my side, I have been a victim of it, yet they say that they don't know. Mr. Speaker, the former defense minister, last week, he called upon me, the chief whip, and the clerk to Parliament. They chased his vehicle in the name of ORA. Let's be very clear. Certain things that are happening in this country. Can I finish? Honorable colleagues, please, you need to listen. You need to listen. Mr. Speaker, they chased his vehicle all the way to this Parliament House. And when we made inquiries, apparently it was not coming from national security. And those in charge said that they were sent by ORA. Mr. Speaker, national security said these were not their men, but they were using national security vehicle, and when they were interrogated further, they said that they are coming from ORA. Mr. Speaker, we need to be careful which destination we want to drive the vehicle called Ghana to. I am happy that the oral committee is denying. That should tell you that when you set up such a populist body, people take advantage. Two populists, such a populist committee, people take advantage. Scared of what? People take advantage to settle scores. Mr. Speaker, we do not have to wish this for the country. Now, Mr. Speaker, the nominee,
the nominee, Honorable Collins, he is seconding the motion. So just let's tolerate. Honorable Collins, I know why I'm tolerating.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Collins Dauda is a very experienced member of this House. He is recounting his own experience, but he knows. He calls me Miwafase. Mr. Speaker, he knows that some of us who were in government never supported a thing like this. He knows that for a fact. And Mr. Speaker, senior members of this House know that there are some members of this House who have the conscience of the society we live in and have never supported any actions detrimental to them when they were in opposition. They know. This is not the time to mention names, but they know. Mr. Speaker, if it was bad yesterday, it remains bad today and it will be bad tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, the nominee went further. Mr. Speaker, the nominee went further without being asked. Produced my own documents on my land. He said that in the name of ORA, they had conducted a search. The good news is that in their attempt to find out whether my land in Winneba belonged to the state, they came to a conclusion that it is not a state land. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I had become aware that somebody had petitioned ORA and had said that the police college in Winneba. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues who are shouting, they should know that this became a subject matter of our proceedings. So I am within the ambit of relevance. So please pay attention. Somebody had filed a petition to ORA claiming that my land in Winneba is part of state lands, and the chair of ORA, in coming to his vetting, carried a search report, and the entire Winneba lands are affected by vested asset through an executive instrument. Mr. Speaker, going further, the nominee, Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, if you look at page 30 of the 103 report, I quote, the nominee promised to furnish the committee with the following upon request by the ranking member with the leave of the chairman. There's a list of documents that he promised to furnish us. The nominee has been able to furnish the committee with a documentation only on the survey and water cleanup companies as at the time of finalizing this report. We just need to put on record that there were 9 documents that he promised to furnish us on his own volition. Mr. Speaker, this we have not received. Mr. Speaker, the only 2 they brought, they are still here. The 2 they brought, his company registration, I have it here. Those 2 company registration documents, these are the only 2 that they brought.
10th report of the appointment committee pending approval of this House. It is members of the majority who are penned in this report, pending our approval, whom the public out there is watching to demonstrate the higher standards of nobility, of humility, and of service. Mr. Speaker, my respected senior Minister for Education earlier had quoted Article 78(1) that ministers of state shall be appointed by the President from Parliament by Parliament's prior approval. Members of Parliament or members who have the same eligibility to become members of Parliament. But, Mr. Speaker, there is a reason why the framers of the Constitution insisted that when the President appoints a minister, they must obtain the prior approval of Parliament. It goes beyond the technical.
Are holding people's feet to the fire. Mr. Speaker, I will make this point. If you are holding people's feet to the fire, demanding accountability and transparency, it means that you yourself must demonstrate that when subjected to it, you will.
Honourable member, please.
Mr. Speaker, our colleague Honorable Ablakwa has been taking people on in the public space. He questions people's birth certificates. He questions people's sources of income. He questions people's passports, people's travel. Mr. Speaker, he questions them. If today he lives at airports and provides it on his CV that he lives at the airport and claims that he is a tenant for 8 years, it only stands to reason that he makes available all documents related to the tenancy. We are not pursuing this person. Ablakwa knows that I, Kwame here, will be the last to stand against his political progress. Never. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I will never. Those who know me and know me well know me and what I stand for. I am a politician like you. I will not be the one to be pursuing you. I will not. But to the extent that you do not spare your colleagues, Mr. Speaker, especially during the vetting, I found it very strange that Mr. Danquah apparently took the car loan of 2021 because he's on record, both on social media and traditional media, questioning the car loan that MPs take. And he's used the word, it was unconscionable. When I asked the question, he said that 2013, he took the car loan, he used it to buy a Land Cruiser. In the second in his second term, that was 2017, he used that one to buy 2 saloon cars, and then the third one he used that to buy a combine harvester. Mr. Speaker, you and I know that there is no way the clerk to Parliament, upon receiving a letter that a member wants to use his car loan to buy a combine harvester, clerk will not issue a check to a vendor who is selling a combine harvester to a member of Parliament. It is not true, and it can't be possible. He has been pursuing people. He is questioning the integrity of members of Parliament, that is unconscionable to access car loan. Yet, on all the 3 terms he's been a member of Parliament, he has relied on these facilities. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to say it is hypocritical, but it is also for all of us as a house to realize that we must be measured in the way we pursue each other and one another and others. Today, he is now going into government. I know Mr. Danquah as a true gentleman in terms of his dressing. He does, yes, Mr. Speaker, he dresses well. He wears quality things. He wears quality shoe, quality suit, quality tie. He dresses well, and I respect him for that, and he knows. If tomorrow somebody says, colleagues, this is a serious matter. If tomorrow, by mere fact that he's a gentleman, he dresses well, somebody now comes to ask you, how much did you buy your suit? This designer shoe, how much did it cost you? Because, Mr. Speaker, for 8 years, the member says that all he has is his MP salary of 15,000. He says that all he does is his MP work. He has not done other business because the Savvy company, he folded that company up way back in 2015. Mr. Speaker, I am saying this because our colleague has taken a lot of public officers to the cleaners. And this is not personal. This is not personal. He's taken a lot of us to the cleaners. And if you create the impression that you are very holy and very righteous and you are a crusader, yet you don't want to be scrutinized, then there's a problem. So, Mr. Speaker, as a matter of principle, we are opposed to him because of the inconsistencies and the lack of clarity. Mr. Speaker, for the other colleagues, for the other 9 that within 1 hour, they took advantage of our absence to pass all of them. All we can say is that majority, go and sin no more. Go and sin no more. The congratulations bye-bye group. Mr. Speaker, there is a group of 9. Congratulations, bye-bye, I wish you well. Mr. Speaker, they even add, bye-bye, take care of yourself. as for them, Mr. Speaker, we will raise a procedural issue at the right time. But we will not stand in their way today because we have no problem with them. We believe that these regional ministers must take office. We can't allow vacuum at the various regional ministries, regional coordinating councils, and even on our colleague Ablakwa, who we are opposed to him. We believe that because that foreign ministry is a very serious, important ministry and organ of state, we will take a decision on him tonight. And let me, without equivocation, state that we will proceed with the same abstinence. We abstain from his decision. It is solely a majority's call. All the sins of Ablakwa are upon their head. Get me water. I need water. Mr. Speaker, this one, I need proper water. This is not a dry washing, just some small water. Yes, Mr. Speaker, this one, we are washing our hands. We are washing our hands to tell them that every sin at the airport hills, Mr. Speaker, I'm cleaning. Mr. Speaker, and I'm cleaning. I am cleaning my hands to tell them that we are not part of the sins that he has committed. All the airport hill sins are on their head. If tomorrow he and his aura start pursuing you, it is on your head. But if he repents and comes back to this house, we will accept him and make him a wah too. Mr. Speaker, we rest our case.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved, has been seconded. I'm going to put the question.
Let us sit down first. Let him also sit down. Let him also sit down.
Honorable members, hey, I'm taking one each. One. Please, I am on the chair. I'm taking the decision. Honorable Dominic Nitiwu, just speak. Honorable Dominic Nitiwu. Dominic Nitiwu, I've called you. One. After one, I'll call one here, then I'll put the question. Yes.
No, but Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, Honorable Surini, the speaker spoke as the ranking. He seconded. So please don't say the speaker has spoken. He spoke by virtue of being the ranking of the committee. So,
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, we have 9 nominees that this House is approving. We are talking to the people of Ghana. We are speaking on behalf of the people of Ghana. To say that you approve non-nominees with just 1 or 2, we are not being fair to the people of Ghana. Especially, Mr. Speaker, especially when they are not 9, they are 12 people. Mr. Speaker, when these 12 people, the appointment committee used less than 2 hours to approve these 12 people. So I will plead with leadership that do the people of Ghana good by allowing members who are here after 9 o'clock to get the opportunity to comment. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we should put it on record that these nominees, this group of nominees, have received the shortest time of their vetting ever. That is the record that those who sat on their vetting are given to the people of Ghana. And if you listen to public commentary, the people of Ghana are not happy about what happened. Mr. Speaker, none of us on this side, especially me or any other person, has a personal problem with any nominee. We don't. We don't have personal problems with any nominee. But, Mr. Speaker, we have the duty to be able to point out to the people of Ghana.
Honorable Nitiwo, please hold on for me. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the 12 people, the vetting started from 10 a.m. in the morning and ended around 11 p.m. in the night. Mr. Speaker, for the 12 people. Mr. Speaker, in the morning, the first person we vetted, I think that day, was Akando. Mr. Speaker, the minority participated. Even with their participation and all the opportunities that were given to them, they took only 25 minutes to vet him. They were involved. They used 25 minutes. Mr. Speaker, they left us and we vetted 9 nominees. Honorable Felix, spent close to 1 hour. I personally took Felix through a very, very grueling vetting exercise. Mr. Speaker,
Leader,
I asked him every question.
Leader, I was going to give you opportunity.
And he answered very well, Mr. Speaker. So you cannot create an impression that the committee did not do a good job after you had left.
Leader,
Mr. Speaker, even when you were there, you used only 25 minutes to get the nominee.
The work of the committee is subjective. That's the way he sees it. So allow him to speak.
Mr. Speaker,
he'll give you the opportunity.
Mr.
Then
Speaker,
you also say the way you see the
Mr.
committee.
Speaker, thank you very much. In spite of his attempt to say that he grilled the nominee, 58 minutes, 9 nominees were approved. That is the record the people of Ghana have. That is a fact. You can check from social media. Check from what the people of Ghana are saying. But, Mr. Speaker, our people say that the child who washes his hands well is the one who knows how to eat with visitors. My good friend, Honorable Kujoto, Ablakwa, they use their hands. Maybe you are from Accra. Me, I'm from a village. We are different. Mr. Speaker, my good friend, Honorable Kujoto, very young man, has decided that he wants to do good to the people of Ghana. It's good. But when you decide, then you have to go the full walk with the people of Ghana. After the vetting, if you go everywhere, the people of Ghana are demanding answers from him. How is it possible, Mr. Speaker, that an individual who says, I earn only 15,000 Ghana cedi can rent from Airport Hill, a mansion from Airport Hill, on a 2-acre land where land is $500,000.
Honorable Dominic.
A piece of plot at Airport Hill today is $500,000. I didn't say I'm renting.
Right, Honorable Speaker, as much as we do politics, we need to be very careful not to wash our dirty linen in public. Right, Honorable Speaker, we know,
Right,
Honorable Speaker, we know that some matters are for closed sitting. So we should be very careful the way we do some politics regarding certain issues. You and I are very much aware
Chairman, thank you.
about certain things that we do in closed sitting. So please.
Chairman, thank you. Yes, Honorable Dominic.
Mr. Speaker, I was not at the vetting of him. In fact, I wanted to be there, but I wasn't there. But Mr. Speaker, I watched him live. I watched him. It was there for everybody to see. It was not about closed sitting. What he said, every Ghanaian heard it. When that question was put to him by the minority leader. So the people of Ghana are still demanding these answers. It will help him and help this caucus and help every politician. It will help every politician if he's able to let the people of Ghana know where he's getting money to rent that property at Airport Hill. Mr. Speaker, I commend them for saying that they will do oral work. I commend you. I just want you to make sure that the oral committee is set up properly according to law and do your work. But Mr. Speaker, I want them to go to Botema first. Go to Botema first. Check the land that was given between 2014 and 2015, 2016. Who are the members who benefited Botema? Go to Botema. Committee chairman, I want you to go to Botema. Affordable had where President Kufuor built. The land that shares boundaries will be state land. It was given in 2014 and 2015, part of it 2016. Find out the people who own that land. Mr. Chairman of Ora, I want you to go to Aviation land, that huge land at Medina, Adenta, the Aviation land. Find out the people who owned that land. You are part of Ora. Go and do that. Mr. Chairman of Ora, I want you to go to Tamale, behind what we call the residency, where the president sometimes goes and he sleeps. Go and find out, they're all state lands. Go and find out the owners of those lands. Go and find out. Mr. Chairman, I want you to go.
I'm tired after that Nepal.
Mr. Chairman, I want you to go to the land. I want you to go to the land opposite, adjacent to the military cemetery. And
somebody called me that is coming to you and you want to.
Why are they putting up? No. Mr. I will stay until I'm. Mr. Speaker, somebody is putting up the mic. Mr. Speaker, I thought that
honorable member, please, let's respect ourselves. Those people who are putting on the mics, please.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I ask the chairman of
Honorable members. I'm not. No.
I think Parliament needs to.
Yeah, Honorable Nitu, I'm not going to take any more. I'm tired.
Mr. Speaker, when I start speaking, they put up.
Honorable members, those who are putting on their mics.
But when they were doing it, that was here.
Leadership, majority leadership. Majority leadership. Majority leadership. Please make sure your members don't put on the mics. Honorable members, when I say this and you get flared up, at times we are doing government business, we have to finish and leave. And your own members are putting on their mics. What? So we should suspend sitting. Majority leader, do you suspend sitting? What is this?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity once again. Mr. Speaker, I said I want the chairman of ORA, and I'll be writing officially to you to go to Tamale. Mr. Chairman, I want to go to Tamale and assess. Let me put my hand behind my back so that you know that
can't you be tolerant a bit?
Problem. Oh, Mr. Chairman, I have all of the state lands that were obtained between 2010 to 2016. I will provide the chairman to. Mr. Chairman, I'm surprised that accountability, which is in our constitution, has become a problem here. The oral chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, let's find out the land that is adjacent to the military cemetery. The letter that was written by the Honorable Attorney, the current Attorney General, and why that letter was written, and why that land was released to chain homes, the real owners. Let's find out. I'm charging the oral chairman to find out. Mr. Speaker, I am asking the oral chairman to find out the owners of the state land that is between the East Legon police station along the electricity pylon until under the high tension, all that land. Who released that land and for who? I want to find out. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am bringing this to the fore. Because we are building a country. The country we are building is called Ghana. We must ensure that actions of government are in the interest of the country and not the interest of any individual or a political party. I am saying to the oral chairman, And I'm saying that when your committee is properly constituted, beware that some of us, I was minister, I don't have a single government property. I never stayed in a government house. I never did anything illegal. And I'm saying that I will be writing officially to you when your committee.
Honourable member, please wind up.
I can wind up. I can wind up. They will not allow me to speak. If you don't allow us. I'm here to come to the others. Why? Mr. Speaker, what caused that Thursday night is the same attitude that's been brought here. When you are on your feet, when the majority leader was on his feet, I sat down. I've been in Parliament. This is my 19th year of being in Parliament. I've won 6 elections. I said, majority leader, when I'm talking, you are putting off the mic. That is what caused the problems. It's wrong. And leader, call them to order. It's wrong. You cannot. Mr.
It's from their end.
It's from their end. From here. Look.
Honourable members, it's now 10 o'clock.
Mr. Speaker,
let's tolerate ourselves so that we can finish and leave.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have paid attention. I have watched my back. If you notice, at a certain point, my back was to the speaker. I have watched carefully. I don't think anybody on this side is fiddling with the mics. Maybe his mic has a problem. So if he can shift to another mic, I think that is where the problem is.
Mr. Speaker, I I want to appeal to my colleagues, all of us, not just the majority, that we are all here at this time because we want to finish this government business. Mr. Speaker, as democracy so demands, we must have our say. We want to plead with our colleagues to allow a full debate to ensue. My mother had earlier come to me to ask for how many each we're going to take on the report. I told her we have two reports, report number 10 and report number 11. We're going to do 5-5. 5-5 on each. We are done with the 10. We didn't go through the rigorous voting process. We opted to abstain. We've done that one. We are left with the 11th report. I seconded it. The first person to make a contribution, yes, is Honorable Nitiwul. He's been 19 years in this chamber. He's a senior member of this house.
The former leader of this house.
He's a former leader. Please, colleagues, let's hear him. When he's done, it will come to you and the process continues. It's 10 o'clock. We are here to help to conclude this. Mr. Speaker, our colleagues must cooperate with you so that we get done. Our 5 would have their bite. Mr. Speaker, what is that? What was our arrangement? Mr. Speaker, respectfully, what number were you giving? Because leadership conferred. Mr. Speaker, I'm not challenging you. Leadership conferred. They sent Honorable Doyo to me. She came here. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Doyo came here. You see, sometimes when members don't act in good faith, it becomes difficult. As if we are up on our feet and we want to obstruct them. We agreed to do 5. If the majority leader wants to reduce it, he can reach out to me. I am not a difficult person to insist that, yes, maybe you don't know. Maybe you don't know me. With time, you get to know who I am. Maybe you don't know. I'm not a difficult person. What you are doing, I've done it before. I know how difficult it is. Even to bring all of you into this chamber, I know how difficult it was for the whips. So I won't frustrate you, but we'll do the politics. I will not frustrate you. Ask Harun Idrisu the kind of person I am. I will not frustrate your politics. No, that is the truth. You must know the truth. Mr. Speaker, we agreed 5-5. If the majority leader wants us to negotiate on the numbers, I am amenable. I know you've been sitting for a very long time. We can deal with it and then make progress. Mr. Speaker, I would want to accept 4-4. Reduce it. Okay, Mr. Speaker, the majority leader says he wants 3. I will grant that. He says he wants 3. I will grant that. Thank you very much. For the records and not to avoid ambiguity, the 3 are Honorable Nitiwu, Honorable Abu Jinapo, and Honorable Intim Fojo. That's it. I want to
honorable members, please take it from me. Everybody is speaking for 5 minutes. I'm not going beyond 5 minutes. 5 minutes, 3 each, 5 minutes each. I've been sitting here for since I can't go.
Thank you, Mr. I just want to make one point clear, that the policy to dispose of government property, special houses and lands, started under the former President Rawlings, under what we call infilling. They are making it a crime. That is why we are saying that Amehe lands, aviation lands, airport lands, east and west, all the areas I have mentioned, will be submitting that to them to fish out who the owners are. Then we'll know those who sold land and those who didn't steal land. But Mr. Speaker, I want to wish the nominees well. If they get the opportunity to be sworn in and passed by this House and be sworn in by the President, I want to wish them well. I got an opportunity to serve Ghana for 8 years without blemish. As a defense minister, they should listen to what Honorable Abu Jinapor said. If you enter the ministry with attitude, 1 year, you'll be out of that place. If you enter the ministry with a mindset that I know all, you will not last. If you enter the ministry that my party has won, and so you do whatever you want, you will not last. If you enter the ministry with the mindset that you are going to make money, you will not last. If you enter the ministry with the idea that everybody else is below you, you will not last. And there are people in this house, outside this house, who never lasted 1 year as ministers. Take it from me. Some did not even last 6 months. Some lasted 1 year. Some lasted 1.5 years as ministers. Those who serve 4 years and above should be proud of themselves. Because you are going to get sleepless nights. You are going to be tempted. So that's why I say I wish them well. I don't wish them bad. None of us will be appointed as ministers. You are the people who will be appointed as ministers. If they will have problems, it will be from you, not from here. We want to take power from you. We are not looking to be ministers.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, gentlemen. Oh. So nobody is speaking from here. Yes. Honorable Samuel Bujan for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the motion. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by highlighting Mr. Salisu Biawobi Isifu, who is Minister Designate for the Savannah region, and to say that, Mr. Speaker, he's somebody I know very well. He was the NDC Regional Secretary, and indeed I've known him as far back as my days in the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. Mr. Speaker, I find him a capable man, and I believe that we can all work together to bring about prosperity in Savannah region. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Akando, Minister Designate for Health, is somebody we all know very well, a senior colleague in this House. He's been very vociferous on matters of health in the 8th Parliament. Perfect, fine gentleman. We wish him well. We believe that he will do very well at the Ministry of Health. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, my very good friend, who I believe distinguished himself when it came to the substantive matters. Mr. Speaker, let me put that on record. When it came to the substantive matters of foreign policy. And I think it's important that I underscore that point. I was very concerned about his perceived leanings, leftist leanings and socialist leanings. I posed a question to him. He gave an answer which I believe will comfort the diplomatic community, that in this very complex geopolitical world of divide, of multipolars, he will be able to shepherd Ghana's foreign policy to bring about, and of course, the issue of economic diplomacy is one that I find very important as well. His matter is still at large. Of course, the majority will pass him. When he gets there, we will all cheer him on and wish him well, cooperate with him to position Ghana's foreign policy. But, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that we put this on record. And I'm not getting into the mind or head of my friend Okujeto Ablakwa, but I can be almost certain that if he was offered the opportunity to chair oral again, Mr. Speaker, he would decline. He would decline. He would decline. Mr. Speaker, because Because oral has brought the Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa more problems than good. And it's brought him problems, and indeed, I think more problems will come. It's brought him more problems because of fundamental principles. And Mr. Speaker, let me underscore one very important principle. Mr. Speaker, the principle of hear the other side, listen to the other side, give the other side a hearing. The majority leader, I think 2 or 3 days ago, the majority leader underscored the same point, that he never condemns a man until he hears the man. Mr. Speaker, let me refer the chairman of Oral to the book of Genesis. Yes, to the book of Genesis. Mr. Speaker, chapter 3, verse 9 onwards, where God himself, where Almighty God himself, all-knowing God, before he condemned Adam, before he punished Adam, he gave Adam the right of hearing. He posed the question to Adam, and indeed, Mr. Speaker, it was only after Adam put up a spirited defense and God conducted an elaborate trial and gave him a hearing, what the lawyers call the odi alteram partem rule, a principle of natural justice. It was only and only after the defense that God punished and condemned Adam. Mr. Speaker, I want to make the point. Mr. Oral, your problem is that you've created the impression out there that some people are guilty when they have not been given a hearing. Mr. Speaker, that is the fundamental problem the Ghanaian people have with Oral. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let me refer the House. Let me refer the House once
Honorable
again.
Member,
Let me refer the House once again.
you are left with 2 minutes.
Let me refer the House.
Yes, hear you. 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I thought we were micro minority. Let them debate the micro minority. Let them debate us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I refer the House. Mr. Speaker, I refer the House. I refer the House to 1 Corinthians. I refer my friend and brother, the Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, Member of Parliament for North Tongue, Minister Designate for Foreign Affairs. Mr. Oral, I refer you to 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 12, where it is said, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, where it is said, and I quote, "Wherefore, let him think that he stands. Take heed, lest he falls." And when I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I conclude by saying that the chairman of Oral, Mr. Oral himself is now struggling to wiggle his way and navigate through the web of Oral. And therefore, Mr. Speaker,
thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Thank you.
Has brought him more problems.
Thank you. Honorable Reverend Intim Fabio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to contribute to the debate, to congratulate my colleagues who have been nominated to various positions, and to state that we wish them well and will support them to succeed in the roles that they have been vetted to. Mr. Speaker, in respect of Honorable Kwabena Minta Akando, Minister Designate for Health, he demonstrated his experiences in all the experiences that he has had. Being the ranking of the Health Committee, he was brought to the fore, and we are expecting that he will translate those experiences to delivery in ensuring that National Health Insurance Scheme is maintained and timeous disbursement of payments are done to ensure the smooth running and effective healthcare delivery. Honorable Sedu Isifu, Minister Designate or Minister of State for Climate Change, we wish him well. Even though we see clear duplication of roles and mandates here, with a substantive minister for environment, science and technology, with matters of climate change cutting across about 5 different ministries. They still found it fit in their strategy to still create Minister of State for Climate Change. We wish him well. Climate change is an important matter, and it's expected that he will coordinate a lot of these actions in this part of the world. Mr. Ekopin Ochre, I congratulate him, the Minister designate for Central Region, my region, and to urge him to pay attention to the many chieftaincy disputes in the region and to see to their timeous resolution, and to turn his attention to Ase Mansu slave monument, a very huge potential tourist attraction. Honorable Felix Kwacho Fusu, my neighbor, I wish him the very best. He's a great communicator, going to be the Minister of State for Government Communication. It is important that he realizes that the integrity and credibility of government is so important and must be delineated from political propaganda. On my respected colleague, Honorable Kujetu Ablakwa, I have traveled the world with him, serving on the Foreign Affairs Committee. His knowledge in foreign affairs, foreign relations is not in doubt. Mr. Speaker, my good friend has carved a brand for himself that is a man of accountability who seeks to save the public purse. When he was quizzed in that same spirit whether he was ready to sacrifice as a Minister of State to take economic class, he declined. He insisted that he would join. It is not befitting for a Minister for Foreign Affairs to fly economic class. He insisted on flying business class. We thought that in that principle, he would have opted for economy to save money. Mr. Speaker, time will not permit me to quote quotations. My respected colleague, Honorable Jinapo, has quoted enough quotations. But when you stretch forward one finger to your friend, the rest of the 4 point back to you. When you chew your tongue, you haven't chewed much meat. And so it is important that much as members are sensitive to their reputations and even demand apologies before start of vetting, they must equally be minded that the many reputations out there, that their actions, inactions, or exposés, even before verification, have costs out there, whether NDC or MPP. But the irony here is that oral so-called exposés only focuses on 2017 to 2024. I have never heard in the extensive presentation of the so-called oral exposés any exposé relating to 2009 to 2016. We have never seen any such exposé relating to 1992. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, the Honorable But when he was requested to submit only 9 documents relating to his affairs, he was not able to provide them even within 5 days. But he was able to load about 3 bags of documents relating to others. Mr. Speaker, I wish my brother well, but I want him to know that in the world of he must exercise absolute circumspection, knowing that he and the president, the 5 minutes is being counted within the time the mic is on, Mr. Speaker. May I remind my respected friend, I wish him well to succeed, but he must have a positive image of this country.
Thank you so much.
And diplomacy. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank my colleagues for such a spirited debate on the report. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa never said any time, anywhere, that he earns 15,000 Ghana cedis a month. He never said that. He never said that. Mr. Speaker, all of us in this chamber know how much we earn. And we know that we don't earn 15,000. So you cannot say that he earns 15,000 and you use 15,000 as a benchmark to determine where he sleeps. Nobody says that. Mr. Speaker, I beg of you, let's be factual when we are evaluating the reports. Number two, Mr. Speaker, oral is a program that says that see something, say something. Mr. Speaker, we have not restricted what you can see and what you can say. If you have seen anything, say it. Say it. Mr. Speaker, if you think you saw land being taken between 2012 to 2016, say it. If you saw land being taken between 2016 to 2020, say it. Mr. Speaker, but say the truth. We started with a policy of infilling. Infilling. Do you know what infilling meant? Infilling was a policy that you notice that at that time, you will see one small bungalow in a 1-acre piece of land at cantonments. And yet government needed bungalows for workers. So the infilling policy enabled government to fit in additional accommodation in that space. That was what infilling meant. That was what infilling meant under the NDC. But when the NDC left office, the infilling became private people filling in. The records are there. The records are there. Mr. Speaker, the records are there. So don't come and create an impression that NDC is running away from accountability. You had 8 years. If you are concerned about protecting the lands of this country, public land, you should have done so. We have come and we are interested in protecting public lands. So we are telling the public to report anybody who has seen that public land has been stolen. Has been stolen. Mr. Speaker, we have not yet tried anybody for stealing public lands. So those who are alleging that oral is not giving an opportunity to people to be heard, and they are lawyers, I'm surprised. Because oral so far has only asked people to report. And when they report, you have to go to the site and verify. You have to go to the site and verify. All I have seen oral doing on television is going to the various sites where they have received reports to verify. When they put together a report, and then they submit the report to the various investigative agencies, those people will be invited and they will have a right to be heard. And they will be able to explain if the land belongs to them or the lands do not belong to them. If the land belongs to them, and indeed it was public property, how
Leader,
it became private property.
Thank you, Leader.
At what price they bought the property. Mr. Speaker, please. So please, so far, I have not seen oral commit anything that amounts to denying people a right to be heard. Mr. Speaker, let's not personalize oral. Let's not start calling someone Okujato Mr. Oral. Mr. Speaker, he is the chairman of a committee set up by the President of the Republic to give the public an opportunity to report any instance of what is perceived to be appropriation of public lands. He is not Mr. Ora. He is the chairman of Ora. Mr. Speaker, what you don't know
is he going to hold on to that position after?
Mr. Speaker, let me tell you, I was a member of the transition team. I was in the meeting at which the decision to initiate oral was taken. I was there. Indeed, there were those who argued that we should wait till government is formed
and then we will pass a legislation and establish it, and then it will start work. I was one of those who argued that there was nothing in law preventing the president from asking the public, the president-elect, from asking people to report any instance of stolen property. I argued. I was there. I argued and convinced my colleagues that it was perfectly legal for the president to set up a committee.
Listen to the leader.
And the committee was set up. Mr. Speaker, there is nothing that prevents Samuel Okudzeto as foreign minister to continue to chair the committee. There is nothing inconsistent with the law and his functions to continue to chair the committee. So, Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying that we thank our colleagues for their contributions. So far, there is nothing that has been said that disqualifies any of the nominees. They have cautioned the nominees. In some instances, they've given very useful advice, and I believe the nominees will take those pieces of advice on board. And I now urge you, Mr. Speaker, to put the question.
Before I put the question, I want to be clear with respect to the nominee for Foreign Affairs. Are we taking that one on?
Mr. Speaker.
Oh, honorable members. Honorable members, please. Honorable members, the report indicated, Sam George, the report indicated that there's unanimity, but the minority leader said, with respect to Okudzeto, they want it to be approved by majority. So that is what I want to be cleared on. So very well. So let me do the rest, then later on I come to Okudzeto Abrakwa. At the conclusion of the debate, all those in favor that Honorable Kwabena Minka Akando is approved as Minister Designate for Health, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Honorable Kwabena Minka Akando has been approved as Minister Designate for Health. All those in favor that Honorable Seydou Issoufou is approved as Minister of State Designate for Climate Change and Sustainability, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Honorable Seydou Issoufou has been approved as Minister of State Designate for Climate Change and Sustainability. All those in favor that Mrs. Charity Gardiner is approved as Minister Designate for Ahafo Region, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Mrs. Charity Gardiner has been approved as Minister Designate for Ahafo Region. All those in favor that Mr. Salisu B. Awulibe Isifu is approved as Minister Designate for Savannah Region, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Mr. Salisu B. Awulibe Isifu is approved as Minister Designate for Savannah Region. All those in favor that Mr. Wilbert Petty Brintum is approved as Minister Designate for Western North Region, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Mr. Weber Petty Brintum has been approved as Minister Designate for Western North Region. All those in favor that Mr. Joseph Nelson is approved as Minister Designate for Western Region, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Mr. Joseph Nelson has been approved as Minister Designate for Western Region. As many as are in favor that Mr. Joseph Ade Akwaboah is approved as Minister Designate for Bono Region, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Mr. Joseph Ade Akwaboah is approved as Minister Designate for Bono Region. Mr. Francis Owusu Entry, all those in favor that he is approved as Minister Designate for Bono Region, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Mr. Francis Owusu Entry has been approved as Minister Designate for Bono East Region. As many as are in favor that Honorable Ferris Kwachi Ofosu is approved as Minister of State Designate for Government Communication, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Honorable Ferris Kwachi Ofosu has been approved as Minister Designate, as Minister of State Designate for Government Communications. All those in favor that Mr. Eduamwa Ekwao Penyin Ochori is approved as Minister Designate for Central Region, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Mr. Eduamwa Ekwao Penyin Ochori has been approved as Minister Designate for Central Region. And finally, all those in favor that Mr. Posine Charles Ruanga is approved as Minister Designate for Upper West Region, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Mr. Posine Charles Ruanga has been approved as Minister Designate for Upper West Region. Now, all those in favor that Honorable Samuel Okujeto Abrakwa is approved as yes. Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Lee, I'm listening to you.
Started their thing again. We've started it again. Mr. Speaker, I indicated when I was seconding the motion that we are proceeding in terms of the earlier position taken on Honorable Sam George. I just needed to bring clarity to it for Hansa. That this decision again is the majority caucus decision. The minority is not part of this decision. The entire 88 members of the minority hereby reject the nominee for the Foreign Affairs portfolio, and same should reflect in Hansard. We abstain with our entire 88 in that rejection. The majority should know that even if they are doing their majority, if they would not become for us to cooperate with them, I can tell them that if they count, if they do a high count of their majority, they still require a certain threshold by constitution. So they should know the empty seats. They should know the empty seats. Mr. Speaker, you don't need a minority. You need your numbers. You need a threshold. Read the Constitution. You have come in as a backbencher. All you are learning is how to shout. You are not even making it to deputy ministerial. You are there at the backbench. You may not even make it to a good committee. Sit and misbehave. So, Mr. Speaker, leaders have worked tirelessly to get all of us to this far. Some backbenchers who don't know the industry that has gone into where we are should learn from the front bench and not misbehave. Mr. Speaker, so in putting the question, I am suggesting to the chair to be clear in the language. To be clear in the language to be used. I thank you.
Honorable members, as many as are in favor that Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Abrakwa is approved by majority, members of this House say aye. All those against say no. All those against say no. Honorable members, honorable members, the honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion to approve Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Abrakwa by majority of the House is hereby carried. Yes, Honorable Bernard.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Order. Right Honorable Speaker, as a lawyer, I am always a student of the law. Right Honorable Speaker, if we look at Article 104 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, it reads, except as otherwise provided in this Constitution, matters in Parliament shall be determined by the vote of the majority of the members present and voting. Right Honorable Speaker, if I look at the minority side,
but Honorable,
they
you've
don't
gone
have
past
the
this.
number 88.
You've gone past this.
But they always say 88 absentee.
Honorable member, I thought you were just thanking us.
Let me use the opportunity. Let me use the opportunity to thank the entire House for having approved the nominees of His Excellency the President. I'm so grateful for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I believe you are in my house now. Yes, tomorrow when are we coming?
Mr. Speaker, we demand, since the member has raised a constitutional issue, we demand a head count. We demand a head count. We demand a head count to confirm whether they had the minimum constitutional threshold. The member, the chairman of the committee invoked a constitutional provision, Article 104, which requires that majority of members present. So even if it is a majority, they need a wanted.
Honorable members,
go through the process of a head count.
Respectfully, honorable member, respectfully, we are coming at 12 noon tomorrow. 12 noon tomorrow. The House is adjourned.